Good evening, everyone. My name is Julianne Hirsch, Chair of the Select Board. I would like to call the Select Board meeting for March 23rd, 2026 to order at 6:34 p.m. This meeting is being conducted as a hybrid meeting in accordance with the provisions of the open meeting law. It is being streamed live and recorded. Because we have members of the board participating remotely, all votes taken this evening will be by roll call. Before we begin, I will state the members of the Select Board who are present in the room and those participating remotely. For remote participants, I will confirm that you can hear and be heard. So first of all, the people in the room, we have Jonathan Ray, Mike Tejan, Laura Zeiton, myself, and participating remotely, we have Jacob Jones. Jacob, can you hear us?
Good evening, Madam Chair. Jacob Jones here. I'm hearing loud and clear.
Great, and we can hear you. Okay, so I just want to make a little announcement. We are having some connectivity issues. So unfortunately, this meeting will not be on cable TV, but you can see it on YouTube or even participate via the invitation on the agenda with Zoom. Okay, so first on the agenda, as usual, is public comment. Is there anyone here who would like to offer public comment? Oh, hi. And as usual, we have to ask you to state your name and address.
Robert Tev, 13th Thoreau Road. And in full disclosure and a reminder, a 30-year veteran of your fire department. I'm here to personally, as a citizen and professionally, as a fire captain in this town, thank Chief Parenti for all his work and everything that he has done for this community. 3 minutes, by no way, shape, or form, is enough time to go through all of the accomplishments and what he has done for the citizens of this community and the fire department as a whole. I thank him personally from myself and my family, and as a fire captain who worked under his command, I couldn't have asked for a better leader, and I did not want it to go unnoticed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else for public comment? Hi, Mr. McManus.
Good evening. Pat McManus, 25 Fernbrook Road. Like the captain, I'm a captain on the fire department. I also represent the career members of the department as the union president. I'd like to echo Rob's statements about the chief. Truly, enough can't be said, and certainly 3 minutes isn't enough time. But I come before you this evening just to address 2 points. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Mr. Tejan for the last meeting and his efforts in trying to get the SAFER grant, or more importantly, the stabilization fund on the warrant for this town meeting. And that's why I'm here tonight. I'd just like to express the firefighters our disappointment that this is not moving forward to town meeting floor. We believe that's where it belongs. It's ultimately the taxpayers' responsibility on what they want to pay for and how they want to pay for it. And I think in an effort of transparency, that's where it should go. Last year at the meeting, the townspeople spoke. The firefighters respected that. But the numbers of that meeting spoke volumes to me. It needed 126 votes to pass. It passed the majority, 118 to 71. It missed the 2/3 majority by 6 votes. And there's been plenty of discussions about the first night versus the second night versus the third night and participation. And I honestly believe that if this stood on town meeting floor the first night, it most likely would have passed. Either way, the townspeople spoke on that, and we respect it, and we believe that it should go, and we would still request that you consider putting it on the town meeting floor this year for the same consideration. Another thing I'd like to address was towards the end, very late in the meeting, towards the end, there were a couple comments made by Mr. Ray that I would just like to address. That one of the statements that you had made was that you hadn't seen any data that has convinced me that we need to increase by 8. First and foremost, we already have. These members just passed their first year. They came off probationary status this week. They're working the streets now. They have been a huge success for us. They have helped out immensely in call volume, in public education, in fire prevention. And it should be noted that when they went through the fire academy and graduated back in the spring, One of the members graduated top of the class, and another member was selected as class spokesperson. These are things that are not taken lightly at the academy. They choose top individuals for these positions, and they chose 2 Northborough firefighters for that. So we're getting top-notch people out of these 8 safer hires. And the data is out there to support why we need 8 and why we need to keep these 8. The data is out there, both from Northborough and nationwide. The NFPA states that, I say basic, but it certainly isn't basic to anyone in the public, that a house fire requires 18 firefighters within the first 5 minutes. We don't meet that even with this 8. So that alone says that we need the 8. Just some very recent things that can be looked up, and I offer any opportunity to provide this for you as you need it moving forward. But I was on shift today. Within the time frame of 10 a.m. to 12 noon, we had a public education. This was with the 7 on-duty members today. We had a public education presentation that we had to do at Algonquin for the cafeteria staff. We did 2 life safety inspections, one of them being this building, and then we had 3 consecutive medicals within 15 minutes. Those 3 consecutive medicals were handled all with Northborough personnel and 1 mutual aid ambulance. If we were operating at 5, it most likely would have been 1 Northborough ambulance and 2 mutual aid ambulances to cover those. We are meeting the needs with these 8 people. There's no question about it. Yesterday afternoon, there were 5 calls in the span of 45 minutes, all handled by Northborough personnel. 3 medicals and 4 fire alarm calls, all handled with the 7 personnel that we have on duty now. I've printed out documentation that proves that these numbers are there and that the personnel are needed. They're available on the town website. It's all information that's come before the board. I'll leave it here with Di, and everyone has my town email. If there's any information that I can help provide you to prove that the data is there and these personnel need to be here, I will do whatever I can to get it to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? Public comment? Anyone remotely? Oh, hi.
Hi, I'm Peter Stone, 1 Vanessa Drive, and I grew up in this town. I served the town as a firefighter here for 15 years prior to my going to Ashland, where I served for another 35 years. In that time, I served on the Regional Technical Rescue Team. I got to know a lot of guys from the whole district, and I got to say, Chief Parenti did a great job for this town, and he deserves a lot of accolades. And I just wanted to thank him myself, publicly, for all he's done and for what he's done for this staff. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I don't see if anyone sees the hand up. Okay. Well, thank you for public comment, and then we will move on to the Superintendent of Schools report. Chief Martin, no, not Chief Martin, Superintendent Martin.
Gave him a raise. Said he gave him a promotion.
Yeah, no, not really. Hi.
So good evening, and thank you for inviting us to present this evening. So joining me are Becky Pellegrino, who's Assistant Superintendent of Finance for the district, and also Keith Lavoie, who is Assistant Superintendent of Operations. So Becky will provide a high-level overview of where we are with the budget and answer any questions, and Keith is available if there are any outstanding questions regarding capital projects moving forward. So with that said, I'll turn it over to Becky.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Hopefully you can see my screen. So I will present on both the pre-K through 8 budget as well as the regional budget for Algonquin Regional High School. So over the past few years for both FY25 and FY26, you can see that we did have level service budgets, 3.99% and a 2.99% respectively. In FY27, we also are presenting a level service budget. It is a 6.96% increase. The difference with this budget, though, is that there is a reduction of 7.4 FTEs. The main budget drivers for the pre-K through 8 budget are special education transportation, special education out-of-district tuition, and also collaborative tuition, as well as salaries. So the school committee voted budget for FY27 is $32,076,841. That represents a $2,086,899 increase over FY26, or a 6.96% increase. Our operational budget is organized into 2 separate categories. We have our regular education as well as special education. And within those 2 categories, we have 6 cost centers. They are administration, instruction, other student services, operations and building maintenance, fixed charges, and programs with other school districts. Within regular education, there are 58 function codes, or you might call them cost categories, and 34 of those 58 cost categories were either level funded or decreased from FY26. That represents 60% of those cost categories. 8 of those this is a tongue twister. 8 of those cost categories were either increased equal to or less than 3%. And then 16 of those cost categories increased above 3%. And those increases are really largely concentrated in areas where we do not have much of an impact on. That includes our contractual obligations and then also certain operational expenses. For example, our utilities. We've seen an increase with our heating and then our water. When it comes to special education, there are 16 function codes. 6 of the 16 are either level funded or decreased from FY26, and that represents 38%. 2 of those cost categories were increased either equal to or less than 3%, and 8 of those cost categories increased above the 3%. And the same as I pointed out with the general education, those are areas where we have little impact on whether those increases occur, and those include our contractual obligations, our special education transportation, and special education tuition. Now, over the course of this budget process, we have made reductions that are more than $2 million. The first offset was with our circuit breaker. Circuit breaker is a fund that can be used to pay for special education tuition and also transportation. So we had an offset of $747,190. Of that amount, $475,000 is also being used for our special education tuition out, and $272,000 is being used towards the special education transportation. So those expenses are in addition to what's included in our operational budget. We've also made reductions totaling about $1.3 million, and that includes the 7.4 FTEs that we spoke about. We've looked at various line items, made reductions in our supplies and our curriculum resources, and we are also planning to utilize $100,000 of our FY27 circuit breaker money as well. Now, looking at those drivers, there are 3 line items. That is the special education transportation, tuition, and collaborative tuition. Those 3 line items alone total $1.2 million, which makes up about 58% of the overall increase on the FY27 budget. And as you can see, over the past few years, we really have come in at, I'd say, modest increases. For the past 9-year average, it has been a 3.14% increase. Before I move on to the regional budget, are there any questions on the pre-K through 8 budget?
Any questions from the board? Laura?
Can you shed some light on the positions that will be eliminated, please?
So I can speak to that. So we have not given specific details around the exact positions.
Okay.
So we will be having those conversations after town meeting.
Okay.
We primarily try to mitigate reductions by attrition
Okay.
when we can. So that is our course, but we have not notified staff
Sorry
who
for
will be
asking.
impacted.
Okay. That's a lot of people.
Any other questions? Mike?
Yeah. Thank you for the presentation on the K through 8. Without the special education costs, what would have been the percent of increase for the budget?
3%.
3%. Thank you.
Jacob? Do you have a
Hi, thanks for the presentation. Really appreciate all the work you all have done. Just a question. I know that the transportation costs, and it's not just the K through 8, we're going to see them elsewhere. And it's not just us, it's everywhere. And so I know that there's not a lot we can do on that, but they are increasing a lot. Could you speak a little bit about thoughts that you've had about what we can do in the future to get a better handle on those? Whether I know that in the Peasley School Committee, they're talking about possibly changing. I know it's not been decided, but the structure of our elementary schools, would that increase or decrease our transportation needs? I'm just thinking big picture wise, what are the kinds of things we're thinking about to try to get ahead of, avoid big cost increases like this that we keep seeing in transportation? Thanks.
So I can start, and Becky can add detail. It's a great question. We are a member of the Assabet Valley Collaborative, which does purchase transportation for collaborative members. The idea is that through economies of scale, we would get better pricing for in-district and out-of-district special education transportation. What we're finding is that the scale of transportation to the Assabet Valley Collaborative members is very challenging for transportation providers. So what we plan to do is actually solicit transportation providers for Northborough to provide in-district and out-of-district special education transportation. We're actually going to submit requests for proposals in the next several weeks. And we're hoping that we can reduce the overall cost of transportation as a result of kind of disconnecting from AVC and testing the market on our own. We're doing that both in Northborough pre-K through 8, but also at the regional and also in the member community of Southborough. And that means that technically we could have 3 transportation providers operating across the 3 districts.
The only thing that I would add to that is that we're also planning to break out the out-of-district transportation versus the in-district transportation versus our McKinney-Vento. And the hope is that maybe some of the smaller vendors that operate that maybe can't do it on a larger scale would be interested in bidding on those pieces of our business and hopefully be able to achieve some savings there.
And then in terms of... Oops.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I know you guys are looking closely at these things, and I appreciate you taking those steps, and I know you'll do a good job for us. And I know you're looking at it, but that's one of the areas that seems to be pretty tough. So thanks for keeping an eye on that and doing the best you can going forward.
And then Jacob, I'll just respond to your second part of your question, which is, with the Peasley Building project, where are there efficiencies that we can gain, looking at different options. So one of the options is looking at continuing with a pre-K through 5 neighborhood school, and also looking at consolidation of grades 3, 4, and 5. So part of that analysis will look to what cost efficiencies we can save, and one of those areas potentially could be transportation. We haven't gotten to that level of detail at this point in time, but we will be investigating that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I think we're ready to move on to Algonquin.
Okay. So again, FY25 and FY26, we did see level service budgets, and they were 4.82% and 6.53% increases. This year, we are looking at a 5.81% increase. That is the school committee voted increase, and that does include the reduction of 5.5 FTEs. We're seeing the same budget drivers with one exception, and that is health insurance. As you know, at the regional level, we are responsible for the health insurance for all of the employees for the regional district. And we have been working closely with the town of Northborough and the town of Southborough and our new health insurance advisor to come up with a plan for next year and a structure maybe to achieve some cost savings. So the school committee voted budget for FY 2027 is a $31,416,287 budget. That represents an increase of $2,071,974, or a 5.81% increase. So the same is true at the region as it was at the K through 8. Over the past few months, we have worked and we have brought this budget down by just over $2 million. The same reductions were taken in terms of the circuit breaker, where we reduced our budget by $724,353. Of that, $652,264 is for special education tuitions and will be used for tuitions. And then an additional $70,000 is for the special education transportation. The other reductions represent about a $1.3 million reduction, and that includes the 5.5 FTEs. And then many of the same areas were also adjusted, and that included supplies, technology, curriculum resources. And we are also planning to use $100,000 of our FY27 circuit breaker to offset special education tuition. There are 4 line items that are impacting this budget. And you can see that they total just over $1 million, and that represents just about 60% of the FY27 school committee voted budget. And then in terms of the assessments, the school committee did vote to approve the use of $675,000 of excess and deficiency funds to reduce the assessments to the 2-member communities. For FY27, Northborough is responsible for 61.3% of the operational budget, and Southborough is responsible for 38.7%. So we are looking at, if you look at this first column here, that is for the operational budget. So the increase from FY26 rather, is 5.91% for Northborough. The other areas are the exempt debt. That does include the debt for the renovation project at Algonquin, which will be coming off the books in FY27. And then we also have a capital and debt non-exempt line item, and that represents the athletic complex debt as well as a capital assessment for projects at Algonquin. And the same is true with the regional budget. You can see that our 7-year average is a 3.79% budget, So we really have work to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money. And so I would welcome any questions on the regional budget.
Any questions?
Can I just add one comment?
Sure.
It's important to note that the regional budget is predicated on projections. So the governor's budget right now obviously has been released. The House and Senate is working through their budget. The projections that we're using are FY26 state aid to education, circuit breaker, and transportation. So that could actually increase as we look at the FY27 governor's, House, and state budgets.
Should we be reaching out to our
I think we've had enough. I think they're well aware of
I get it.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Greg, when would the date be that you'd expect to hear, roughly?
Probably not until June or July. So it's,
Right.
yeah.
So hopefully it's good news then.
Yes. So I would say we have conservative projections baked into the budget at this point in time for the region.
Okay. All right, any other questions from the board? Any questions? Okay. Jacob?
Yeah.
Julianne?
Hi.
Hey, Julianne, sorry, one more just quick question. Certainly, it's not lost on any of us, at least it's not lost on me, that both on the K through 8 and on the regional, there's a significant number of FTEs being reduced. And as I heard in previous explanations, a lot of that is being accomplished through not filling positions of people being retired. But that's still hard, obviously. Could you give us a rough percentage of when you combine the two, the regional and the K through 8, what do those combined numbers add up to as a percentage of the total head count? In other words, how much percentage are you reducing head count overall? Sorry to put you on the spot for something like that. Just a rough approximation. I assume it's less than 10%, but probably higher than 1%.
Yeah, so total, obviously, it's 12.9, and then we'd have to look at our FTE headcount, both at the region and Northborough. We can get that number to you. It's definitely not 10%, but
Okay.
it's greater than we would like. And I'll just share that, a level services budget, I've said this before, we have excellent school system, both in Northborough and the region. Level services is a high level of services for us. However, what we've seen over the years is kind of an erosion of through attrition of faculty and staff, and we're getting to the point where that's not going to be an option moving forward. We are still within class size policy. That is a priority of the school committee. But again, it's getting more and more difficult to accomplish level services budgets in kind of these economic climates. I know that's no surprise to you as you try to balance the town budget. But I do think that one of the priorities is to maintain the level of services and programming for kids and students who've experienced that in the past for future students. That not to decrease the level of programming experiences students have in the future is really the school committee's priority.
Can I add to that? So Lauren Bailey-Jones, Northborough School Committee Vice Chair. So in conversation this budget season, we did talk about this reduction of FTEs and how, as school committee members in general, our conversation revolved around the same concerns you have, Jacob. What does that reduction really mean for our schools? And so our conversations with the superintendent and the administrative staff revolved around high quality education and ensuring that was maintained while being as fiscally responsible as possible. So in our conversations, we did vote in this budget. Although many members were not happy about voting it in, I think that we were able to sort of strike that balance of, we need to serve the taxpayers, and, an exorbitant increase would not be approved. However, we also want to maintain our high educational services. So I do think that this budget does that. However, it does that really because of our administration being able to look at all of the people and all of the players in our school district and saying, hey, how can we be creative in problem solving here? We have these losses due to attrition. How are we going to sort of shuffle people around? And as Superintendent Martineau said, that works. but it does stretch people thin, and I think that we just need to be aware of that in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Then, Ms. Pellegrino, do you have additional slides to share?
No, that concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much. That was extremely clear. Very understandable. Okay, so do you have additional comments?
No, I mean, I think, we recognize the challenging budget season that we're in. We recognize that of the departments, we are the largest department in the organization, and we've always appreciated a strong partnership and collaboration with the other departments to make this work for the taxpayers, and my responsibility is for our parents and our students. But thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the great education that you provide to children. Just one question from me. Did I hear you say that with the cuts, there will be no real impact on classroom teaching?
Class size.
Class size. Oh.
So the school committee has a class size policy. It's 16 to 20, and K through 2, and 3 through 5 is up to 22. So we'll be within that class size range for all of our elementary classes. The middle school, it's up to 24, and the high school is similar, up to 24. So we are within that range of class size policy in class sizes.
And, okay, well, at 7 o'clock, we're supposed to do appropriations, but do you want to say anything about the stabilization fund that you're recommending, or?
So, I mean, I think the budgets that we're presenting, again, are the budgets that we feel we need to support the education of our students and community. We recognize that, the select board has, and the appropriations committee and the financial planning committee have some difficult decisions to make around how to land this budget. And I'm not telling people how to do that. We've had conversations around, the drivers are special education in this particular budget, and healthcare in the regional budget. And these are the budgets we need to move forward with.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you for having us first.
Okay. So at this time, I will call to order the joint meeting of the Select Board and the Appropriations Committee at 7:07 p.m. And if Scott Rogers, Chair of the Appropriations Committee, would like to call your meeting to order.
Julianne, can I just say, it's on TV now as well.
Oh, I hope everyone heard that. Okay, if you want to switch to cable, you can switch to cable now, for anyone watching the meeting.
Maybe one person.
Coast to coast.
Do we need more chairs? Okay, so do you have anyone remote?
I'm looking at, is everybody on screen that's in the meeting there, Pat?
Let me see.
You can just show me a participant list. I'm just looking for Tim or Mona. Okay, we'll go with who we have in the room. Great. We'll call this one to order then.
Do you just want to state that your members?
You betcha. So, good evening. My name is Scott Rogers, Chair of the Appropriations Committee. I'd like to call the Appropriations Committee meeting for March 23rd, 2026 to order at 7:08 p.m. We may have members of the committee participating remotely, so any votes we take will be, this evening will be by roll call. I'll state the members of the Appropriation Committee who are present in the room and those participating remotely. For remote participants, I'll confirm that they can hear and be heard. Here in the room, we have Jeff Knight.
Here.
Terry Halloran.
Here.
George Brinkle.
Here.
We may see remote participation by our other two members, Tim Kalin and Mona Wallace. I'll watch for them if they happen to enter the meeting as we go. But we are convened.
Okay, so at this point, I think we turn it over to Jason and Stephanie, and you're going to present the budget.
We'll get started.
That's from Mona.
Once Pat gets her. So I'll just make, if I can, just interrupt for a second. So Mona Wallace has joined us. Mona, can you go off mute and then just let us know that you can hear us and we can hear you?
I can hear you. Good evening.
Thank you much.
You have all of your people. Okay, so we're going to start here.
Yeah, so I think, oh, this is controlling.
I know, I don't think it's the right.
There we go. All right, so I think Steph was going to start talking about the process that was used this year and some of the milestones and events that happened to begin with, and then I'll start talking about the numbers. And not to disappoint anybody, but there are a lot of numbers, so.
Yeah,
but there's fewer
we did-
slides than
and
usual.
We
so.
condensed it. It's not as lengthy as it usually is. It's funny, we've been working on the budget now for 7 months, and we're started, July 14th. The capital budget was distributed with July 2025 due date. August 26th, you remember we had our financial summit when the department heads, boards, committees came together. We looked at our long-term finances. We looked at challenges that we were going to have. Department operations, that projected budgets discuss level funded versus level service. We looked at 5-year projections, confirmed the Prop 2.5 levy capacity, which was going to be exhausted in fiscal year 27. We were definitely tuned into that. That was our focus. Tax impact of operating budgets and capital needs were discussed, and the Financial Planning Committee capital budgets began September 2nd, 2025. Fall 2025, the special town meeting called to decide the outcome of White Cliffs building, which was ultimately postponed. That is on the as an article for this upcoming April 27th town meeting. November 2025, discussions with Select Board on fiscal year 25 results, all of our free cash. We had our 2026 tax rate recap, 2027 budget policy, which was for departments to keep it below 2.9% and disclose any areas where they may have to cut in order to meet that number. The operating budget instructions distributed December 3rd. I met with the departments along with Jason internally, and operating budget gap was identified, which was 1.3, no, at that point 1.8, I believe. We looked at the major budget busters, which were, of course, the health insurance, and you just heard from the superintendent, all of the special education costs. We looked at the insurance renewal discussion, 1.44 million gap in January, and we updated it to our select board. The budget gap was revised down to 1.3 million in February, and the select board voted to allocate $700,000 from free cash and focus on reducing the $633K remaining from the combination of sources like the pay-as-you-throw, the trash, solid waste bags, local receipts, OPEB, per update to select board in February. Financial Planning Committee met over the CIP and White Cliff articles from the summit over at least 10 meetings. We had finalized recommendations on March 5th. That should say the Financial Planning Committee finalized. Appropriations Committee met over financial articles, including major operating budgets from the summit over approximately 10 meetings prior to hearing, which is tonight. The balanced budget numbers are finalized for tonight's hearing. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jason.
All right, thank you. So it's like very hard to believe that we're already here in March when we started in July. And I was really pleased to see the school's presentation, that their numbers were the same as mine that I had in the model. So that was a relief, because I think there's a $35 difference between us when up to the last minute when we're putting these numbers together last week. So again, we've talked about this a lot, and we've come back and forth talking about the projections and the budget gap going into this year. And it was somewhat foreseen, but we did projections starting with the summit, and we used very modest increases in those projections. And we're finally here with a balanced budget in front of us tonight. To get there, there's no override. There's property taxes that are increasing with in the Proposition 2.5 limits, and it uses all of the excess levy capacity that the town had remaining. Right now, the model in the packet shows $31,000 of levy capacity remaining, but that's really a factor of rounding, and that's basically equivalent to zero. So, as was mentioned, the town's financial policies call for a top cap of $500,000 being used in the operating budget, and some of the mitigating factors this year with the school's budgets being higher than the budget cap of 3% and so forth, with sped expenses and transportation and so forth. The select board did vote to allocate an additional $700,000 that was left in the free cash plan that was set in November toward the operating budget. So a total of $1.2 million is being used toward the operating budget this year from free cash. We started out planning to fund OPEB at $300,000, and this budget that we have before us tonight has $300,000 in the model to continue funding the OPEB trust. And I bring up that, I put these two bullet points next to each other because we could have easily stayed closer to the original financial policy, and I just want to make this mention that we could have stayed closer to the financial policy guidelines of $500,000 because OPEB would be an allowable use to have allocated free cash to. I didn't think of it at the time, but at the same time, we're here with a balanced budget, so that's but beside the point. The solid waste enterprise revenue budget we increased that $187,000 following the increase of the bag fees by $1 each size, so that an equivalent amount was reduced from the general fund subsidy. Local receipts were budgeted at $5.6 million, so we pushed those further within the estimates that were reasonable. It's an increase of 10% over last year. And it complies with the town's, the rest of the budget that you're looking at tonight complies with the town's financial policies for debt and financial reserves. So wait, what happened? Yeah, I don't have good fingers for this. As you just heard from the school superintendent, the education budgets in total, you didn't hear from the ASPET, but the ASPET is combined with that in this grouping. The education budgets in total, they make up the majority of the town's budget. They increased $3.16 million or 6.64% to $50.75 million. The K-8, as you heard, 6.96. Algonquin Regional increases 1.2 million or 7.68. And the operating assessment increases 5.91%. The debt assessment increases, the non-exempt debt increases 152. And the capital assessment, this is one element that helped us balance the budget this year, was that free cash was available and decided to allocate that toward the capital assessment because it's allowable use within our financial policies to use free cash for capital, and that's allocated toward the capital assessment that would be within the town, the Algonquin's operating budget, Algonquin's budget article. The aspect assessment decreases $146,000 to $1.55 million, a decrease of 8.61. That's a result of the town's enrollment decreasing at the school from 266 from 75 students. That's a decrease of 12% in students attending the school. The town departments individually increase collectively, increase $357,000. That's a 2.1% increase to $1.734 million. The town's budget directions that we did at the inception of the process back in December directed them to prepare level services budgets within 2.9% and to prepare for no new staff. Other highlights, Worcester Regional Retirement's assessment increases $354,000. That's a 10.54% increase to $3.72 million. That's an actuarial funding plan that the Worcester Regional system assesses to the town. We don't really have a control over that, and it's a legal requirement that the system be funded by 2040, and the multi-employer system is pursuing a plan to be fully funded by 2036. So the share of the Worcester Regional's liability that they're trying to get to full funding with includes a liability of $35 million that's allocated, actuarially calculated, that the town is responsible as $35 million. So between now and 2036, there be make-up contributions to try to get to funding the gap for Worcester Regional. So for the time being, it's likely that this, and we've modeled this in our projections, a 10% at least increase in that assessment from the retirement system. There's a lot of reasons behind that and why it was underfunded to begin with, but it's important to point out that it's not the result of current employees that are working now. The contribution rate of employees over time has increased. I think it was somewhere around the 90s that the last adjustment was made. But town employees pay a substantial amount into the pension system. It's a 9% plus 2% contribution on what they make over $30,000. And that is actuarially enough to fund their retirements from the plan beyond the cost of running the system. So we do have to pay an operating assessment to the system through that assessment as a whole. Health insurance, we've talked about that a lot this year. That budget's increasing $1.2 million. It's a 16% increase to $8.76 million. The renewal for the Harvard Pilgrim is our carrier. The HMO premium is increasing 12.44%, and so it's not just simply a 12.44% increase. That the towns and the employees that are eligible for health insurance through the town, that enrollment is up approximately 10%. So both of those factors have led us to need a 16% increase in this budget. So we've, as Steph discussed, and Becky and so forth, we're part of an informal JPA with the schools in the town of Southborough, and everybody's probably bored of hearing about the JPA and us and plan design. But there's very limited options for what we could do. So we went out in an RFP, and after last year, and I'll talk a little bit. I'm going to talk even more about health insurance in a second, but we're working with the new health insurance consultant that the town hired through the RFP with the JPA. We're talking about introducing a voluntary high deductible HSA plan for FY27. The savings are to be determined because it would be voluntary for employees to switch to that, so we didn't budget for anybody electing that yet. So that's to be determined, but hopefully that will be something that plays out as being something positive and will reverse some of the trend, and we'll see that through open enrollment this coming year. And it's important to also point out that of the $8.76 million budget, $1.3 million of that is related to pay-as-you-go retiree costs. So we make a payment to an OPEB trust fund to pre-fund retirement benefit, post-employment health insurance for employees. But we also have a pay-as-you-go amount where we're paying premiums for the retirees that are that are on our rosters. So that's 1.3 million of the 8.6 million total budget. And then again, it's notable OPEB trust fund's contributions maintained at $300,000. The trust fund balance that the town has that's pre-funding future retirees is 8.9 million. Our actuarial liability is 41.7 million. So it's hard to believe, but this is actually a success story that we're at 21% funded. That's a lot more funded. We're not legally required to fund this yet. At some point, it's possible we will be. And this kind of dovetails with what I said about the Worcester Regional Retirement Assessment when that's fully funded. Generally, the plan is to look at those long-term liabilities as a whole and address them together so that once the 2036 day comes and the retirement system's fully funded and we're not paying a 10% increase on that multi-million-dollar retirement assessment, we can apply that to the OPEB trust fund and address the OPEB liability. And then it's important to note the power of investing in the OPEB trust fund. We were able to make this town, with its planning, adopted the local option meals and rooms tax back in 2015, I believe the year was. And I'm getting old when I can't remember. It seems like just yesterday that was happening, but it was 2015. And this revenue stream was not formally dedicated to this, but it was something that was adopted with the view that it was a new revenue stream that would give capacity to start funding the OPEB trust fund. That is basically coming close. Those sources are coming close to covering this contribution coming from the general fund. So it's important to note the trust fund has 8.9 million in it. 5.1 million of that is the town's contributions. So the rest of that is investment growth. And the town, again, not to go too far into the weeds, the town's able to invest the money with the state's pension reserve investment fund. So this is a professionally managed fund that has billions of dollars with a professional manager that manages the state's retirement funds. So it's being professionally managed and has a good retirement income. I mean, a good investment income.
I have a question about that point.
Sure.
I don't mean to interrupt or slow us down. Do you know about what the rate of return we've gotten on that in the last 12 months?
Not off the top of my head, Jacob. I could find that out for you, but.
All right. I'm not looking for exact numbers, just ballpark. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so this slide is designed to kind of talk about why health insurance is such a glaring issue for the town now, and how it's a considerable different world that we're facing with health insurance. This is a summary of the moves the town has made over the years to keep a reasonable renewal increase. And as you can see through 2025, basically the renewals have, and the budget increases year over year have averaged 2.8% over a long span of time. FY26 was a historic year in that we had a double-digit increase of 17% that year in the budget. The premium increase was a 17.99% increase that was accommodated within 17%. But I know I still have PTSD from the last week of February when we were planning for a 10 to 12% renewal, and as being extremely high, based on recommendations from the current consultant at that time. And then finding out it was going to be 25%, and then feeling lucky that it came in at 17.99. So that's what spurred the RFP process for finding a new consultant. We are working with that consultant in 27. We saw another double-digit increase, and this is, we're working through the process of considering deductibles for the active plan, and again, it's not as easy as it sounds to just make a change. We're working with the JPA on, a lot of this involves collective bargaining.
Can I ask a question before you go
Sure.
on? Could you just speak to the mandatory Medicare now?
Oh, yeah, so that was one of the first fundamental changes that was made to the town's health insurance plan design. There was a section of law, section 32, section 32B, section 18, and it's frequently called section 18. There were towns that hadn't adopted what was called section 18, and what section 18 did was it required people that were eligible for Medicare Part B to enroll on that and pay the premium to the federal government, and then they would be eligible for lesser cost health insurance. At the time, many towns hadn't adopted that requirement, that local option, and the town adopted it in 2010. That's since the law of the land, and that's required now. So it's kind of an antiquated point because Section 18 no longer exists in the law. But anyway, it was a fundamental time. The town was facing its first OPEB valuation that was done back then. The liability was calculated to be $90 million at that point. Currently now, at today's healthcare costs, it's 41. So you can see what a hefty liability having retirees be on the active plans caused. So. It wasn't a bad thing. The retirees actually saw lesser cost by being able to participate in a plans that were underwritten with the Medicare program.
Right. Okay.
So there have been questions about headcount and the number of employees that work for each department. This is just a summary of the number of employees that work for each department. And I don't want to spend too much time talking about it, but there's basically about 136 people that work on the town side of government, and these are kind of organized by functional area where each of these departments would fall. And it's not a completely clean table because it's not 100% general fund paid. The public works includes enterprise funded employees, and the fire department includes, if you see a large jump between 24 and 25, that's the inclusion of the 8 safer firefighters. So, but anyway, it's just what's that?
Health and Human Services.
Yeah, Health and Human Services are shown as separate departments just for historical purposes, but those were combined in 25. But those two are added together. Anyway, so I didn't want to spend too much time on this, but I just wanted to give perspective on how many employees work for the town. So notable is, this isn't the biggest budget buster this year, but the debt budget increases in total $56,000 or 1.24%. That's because we basically have declining debt schedules. So every year, as we pay down the debt, the interest reduces in our debt schedules. So typically we pay a level principal payment every year, and then the debt decline. I mean, the interest declines as the debt's paid off. So the increase is the result of there's previously authorized unissued debt, and I've estimated a small cost for what's remaining of the fire station construction project that hasn't been borrowed, and so that small amount is the net of, that's the authorization net of the bid savings and the energy rebates that are expected. There's a fire truck that's outstanding. That's a 2024 article, and then the PC school feasibility project that will be net of MSBA funding, but it's a non-exempt debt, so that's a 2024 article as well. So our debt limit is, we have two things with result to debt that are actual limits. We have our local policy, and then we have a statutory debt limit. Statutory debt limit is 5% of our equalized value. That's a number based on the town's taxable value. And that number is, it's calculated independently by the state, but it's close to our total taxable property value. It's 4.54 billion. 5% of that would be 227 million. The town has far less than that in outstanding debt, so that's not really an actual practical limit that we have to worry about. The debt policy limit, on the other hand, our current budget now is with the largest issue that we've had in recent years being included the fire station construction project, where we borrowed a considerable amount toward that project. And so our current budget now is 6.24% of the general fund budget versus the 10% limit per the town's debt policy. And I have some more on it on the next slide. So again, relative to the debt policy, during the summit, it's important to look at this in terms of projections into the future of what's coming, what's unissued, and what's being considered in the capital plan. So this projected debt policy calculation, what it does is it takes our existing non-excluded debt, our existing debt excluded debt, which means it's exempt from Proposition 2.5, our unissued excluded debt, and then our unissued non-excluded debt. Our overlapping debt, what overlapping debt is the debt that's issued by the school districts where we pay debt assessments to them, and that's our estimated share of those outstanding liabilities. And then we have a projection for the Peasley construction project at the high limit, at the high end, and then so the town's expense would be $70 million net of $50 million for an estimated $120 million project. That project's still ongoing. I mean, the feasibility project is still ongoing, so that's a high amount that's being shown here. But it's, if a decision-making process is going to be made in terms of whether this could be afforded under the debt policy, it's important to look at what the limits would be. The Z roof is being considered here as well, as that was that's being proposed this year as exempt debt. And then so you add all those amounts together, and that's you come to, for 27, $5.7 million versus a $91.6 million budget. That's a 6% amount, so that's below the policy. So as we get into the more pricier years for some of the like the Peasley construction project, where it's kind of a nuanced schedule that I did here, where I was kind of assuming that we would do short-term debt for the project for 2 years and have some issuance costs at the beginning, and we'd get into paying principal in 2031, should that be approved. And we'd be hovering around 9%. So again, the point is that we'll have to be very careful if we want to live by this debt policy in the future, in terms of dealing with the capital plan and incurring future debt as we go forward. Okay, so I know we can't see this here, but it says that the title of this slide is the free cash plan. So the town's free cash that was certified this year was, as of July 1st, 2025, was $5.25 million. And then this plan uses 5.25 for, do I have that? Oh God, I think I have that wrong up there. Doesn't use all of it. So at the end of it, there's 150,000 left, and that was a result of working through the capital projects. And one of the school's projects got revised at the last minute, and that left basically $150,000 in reserves or unallocated in the free cash plan. Stabilization balance, $6.74 million. So our reserve policy is that we'll maintain 5 to 10% of our reserves of reserves versus our budget annually. So the stabilization fund alone is 7.36% of the $91.6 million budget. If you add that $150,000 of free cash to that, those are two reserves that are contemplated by our financial policies, it would be 7.53. So we'd be in the neighborhood of where we've been annually with our reserve policy.
Just make sure I understand this part. Would you mind going back for a second?
Yeah. Yeah.
Get me to the 7.53%.
Of 91.6.
Okay. What's the header on the slide?
Free cash plan.
What's FY 2027?
27.
So
yeah.
27 free cash plan.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, got it. Thanks.
Sorry, one quick other question on that. I'm trying to make sure I totally understand that slide where it says 150 in leftover reserves. What does that mean again? Last slide. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm trying to get back.
Sorry about that.
Here we go. I'm rolling the wheel the wrong way. So.
Sorry, yeah, the square that says leaves 150K is.
Yeah, so Jacob, when the free cash plan gets set at the beginning of the budget process, it's not known what all of the capital projects are going to shake out to be in the end.
Right.
So originally the free cash plan left $700,000 back in November when we talked about it, and then the additional. That's how the $1.2 million, the applying money to the operating budget went from $500 to $1.2 million, and then that was would have in theory left zero in reserves. However, that last change brought down the capital plan funding amount by $150,000. And one of the other ones didn't exactly come to.
Let you keep going on your presentation, but I wanted to just sort of tell you why I'm asking the question so you know what I'm thinking as you keep going, because I'm going to probably ask this later. Because I'm looking at that, plus maybe we do have some flexibility in OPEB still maybe. Plus we talked last meeting about taking $7K out of the select board budget, and maybe we can find a few more little tiny bites of the element elsewhere. I'm asking myself, is there a way that we can convert? I know the proposal has been Z School to go to debt excluded, but if there was a way to have Z School paid for without excluding the debt, I'd like to see if we could get there. But that's why I'm asking these kinds of questions. Thanks.
The one thing I want that doesn't totally track here, 3.729 is our capital plan that the Financial Planning Committee went through and landed, right?
Mm-hmm.
What does it mean to apply 1.2 million operating budget? I'm trying to make sure I understand the way that things flow.
Well, it started out as $500,000 at the start of the when the free cash plan was set in November.
Yeah.
And when we came back to talking about the budget gap and filling the budget gap, when it was 1.33 million in February, that's when the select board voted to allow another $700,000 be used from free cash.
Is that in here, the $700,000 from reserves that we talked about?
Correct. Yeah,
Where's that?
That's within the 1.2 million.
That's the 700 plus the 500.
700 plus the 5. Just want to make sure I see the numbers are. Where's the 7 and the 5?
Oh, it's where it says apply 1.2 million into operating budget.
So initially,
Okay,
yeah.
700 plus 5. I'm back.
Yeah, yeah.
Thanks. Yep. Super helpful.
Yeah, so originally the capital plan amount at the top of this slide would have been higher, except for the one of the last minute iterations of the capital plan where one of the school budget articles was reduced.
Got it. And that get tracks now, because I remember seeing the 1.35, and now it's down to 1.2, and we got 150.
Yep.
Yep, I'm tracking again. Thanks.
All right, so the highlights of the operating budget, funded with tax receipts, the 80% is of the town's budget is funded with tax receipts. Those are scheduled to increase 4.8% with this budget, $3.36 million to $73.39 million. So within that is an estimate for new growth value coming in at $30 million. That would mean $445,000 of revenue. And then the debt exclusions that increase the levy limit are 4.68 million. State aid, that's 7%. That's the next highest amount within these numbers. State aid increases 2.95%, or 191,000 to 6.66 million. And as the superintendent said, when the governor's budget comes out, it's not generally till June or July. So using the governor's budget is generally seen as being the most conservative because it typically increases over the process, but it's not likely that there will be a huge windfall when it comes to June or July, but that's the same timeline. Yeah. It's viewed as fairly conservative to use the governor's budget, and not we shouldn't expect more, really. Local receipts, again, as I mentioned, we've increased them 10.39%, or $527,000 to $5.6 million as an estimate. Free cash uses this includes all of the budgets. That's what the other slide should have said, that we kept going back to, and was sticking out like a sore thumb to me. We kept going back to it, but uses 5.1 million of the 5.25 certified, so it basically leaves $150,000 still unallocated. Transfers and other available funds. These are the transfers that are part of the town's budget article that are from all of the other revolving funds and other sources that are underwrite various town departments' budgets, and those amount to 1% of the budget funding sources.
Question on the components of tax receipts. Is it property tax plus excise plus other, or just property tax? What's in tax receipts?
No, tax receipts is just property tax.
Just property tax.
Yep.
So is it fair to say that if you back off the $445,000 of new growth, that difference would be the amount of total tax increase for commercial and residential? Right?
I don't understand your question.
So if it's increasing 3.36 million, increasing 4.8%, and we back off new growth, like the things we're taxing we didn't tax before, that gets 3.36 minus 444, which puts us like at 2.9 maybe. And so 2.9, what percent is 2.9 million to the existing tax base prior to the new growth? 4.6 with the new 4.8 with the new growth. How much without the new growth? Trying to understand, and I can explain I can explain where I'm going if it's getting a little bit of a long road.
Yeah, I'm not quite following.
Trying to understand if for all the people that aren't part of new growth that live in Northborough, whether you're a person or a company, what's the percent of total tax increase you should expect in aggregate?
Oh, well, we'll get there.
Okay.
We'll get
This
this
is the bill.
presentation. Yeah, so.
Okay, let's get there.
So we'll get there.
Okay, so I want to steal it.
So I don't want to.
It's a Jason presentation.
It always does. It's
I'm,
like
I'm building
deductive or inductive.
I'm building suspense here.
Yeah.
Trying to reel us in.
So this is what to excite everybody. This is the pie chart of what those numbers look like, and if they're plugged into a pie chart. This is what the expense numbers look like if they're plugged into a pie chart. And let me just explain to you how I would estimate the impact on a single-family home of that tax bill increase. So the tax base, $4.73 billion. So we just estimate that's going to increase, with a value adjustment in 27 by 5%. We estimate the single-family home is going to increase 5%. So currently, the average single-family home in town is $706,000. So we think it's going to be somewhere around $741 or maybe more. So the way that works would be you take the single-family home value, you take the tax levy times per 1,000 divided by the tax base, and then you get a tax rate per 1,000. That tax rate per 1,000 is estimated to be $15.31. So that comes out to an estimated average tax bill. So the current year in FY26, the average single-family tax bill is $10,461. So that would be a 4.44% increase.
And what if I'm part of the commercial base and I'm a business? What tax increase am I seeing year over year?
Oh, we're not trying to segregate them out. We're just looking at them as a whole. because it gets too complicated if you try to.
Well, it's not that complicated. You just categorize in Summit, but
Yeah.
is it really?
Yeah, I mean, because then you're trying to give false hope that maybe one class is
No,
gonna go up.
not false hope. I think it's going to be a realization that the commercial tax rate is going up much less than the residential tax impact when you look at a budget. And
I just don't think we know that yet. So that's why we haven't really done an in-depth analysis of that, like splitting that. If you know what I'm saying. You're
Jason,
following
if I can, would it be appropriate to hypothesize a 1531 rate and then apply that to what we see for current values of commercial, industrial, and personal?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same percentage. It's just, it was meant to kind of show that there will be an adjustment.
What we wouldn't know on the CIP is we wouldn't know what their estimated value increase is, but maybe there's some historical bits there we could take. But you'd go a similar calculation. I see what you're saying, John.
I mean, if you have a single tax rate, the overall tax levy is going to go up 4%.
Well, just to be clear, one thing that I'm learning for me in this role is that some of the calculations on a commercial valuation versus a residential valuation. Residentials, there's a lot of data, there's a lot of transactions, and they tend to, and if you look at it, it's outpaced the valuations of commercial. For instance, Amazon's valuation went by 20% year over year, and that would surprise people because their trucks are busier than ever, and you would think that would have some indication. And there are more going up. The comps are there in Worcester and other towns, so you would think, but that's not the way it works because they look like income and expense. So my hypothesis is that when we do look at this, the commercial rate is potentially flat or declining, and the residents are bearing the burden of the increased value of the increased amount of taxes we're paying. The commercial base is paying taxes, not trying to say they're not. They're just not seeing the increase that the residential is. So I think that bears through, and I just want to see if it was teased out in this information.
It's not.
It's not teased out.
No.
Yep.
I'll confirm that. We don't have the information, so I wasn't comfortable making guesses.
No, that's cool. But we will have the information, and we'll be able to do is a postmortem.
Eventually,
because I think it's a
we will.
valuable thing for us as a select board to understand as we think about policy and things about how we're approaching things.
So typically, the cycle would be that these would be the values that are being, we're trying to make a prediction of what's going to happen in the fall with the values. So again, we think that the tax base will increase. We think that the single-family home market is increasing still for the values. So it's just to show that kind of the mechanics of how that works. But no, we didn't get into the complexity of the commercial versus in this model.
You treated everything as residential for the tax increase, the 4.4% kind of, the total value.
Yeah, I mean, we isolated this down to try to figure out what the effect would be on a single-family home.
Yep, totally understand. Thank you.
I don't mean to interrupt anyone, but I have a different but related question. I'm having trouble understanding just the math on this. So our current rate is $14.82 per thousand. Correct me if I'm wrong about that.
It sounds right. Yeah, I think you're right.
This is projecting $15.31 per thousand.
Mm-hmm.
Am I getting that right?
Yes.
Obviously, it's a projection. It's not perfect. Mm-hmm. That's an increase of some percentage. And we're also saying home values are going to increase by 5%. How is it that you can have home values increase by 5%, the rate per value increase, and then have an increase that's less than 5%? I don't get that.
What was the levy increasing?
6.
No, it's 4 point something. So basically, I mean, it's the levy was increasing 4.44%. So we're expecting the overall base to increase the same rate that if you look at what that's being divided by, the 4.96 billion, that's increased as well. So that's how that kind of plays out there. But
I think I get what you're saying, or I maybe do, but I think that's way too complicated for just a regular resident who says, if you're saying my home value is going up 5%, even if the rate stayed equal, my taxes are going to go up 5%. I think we can all agree on that. That's what happens when your home value goes up, your taxes go up if the tax rate stays the same. But if the home value goes up by 5% and the tax rate goes up by whatever the percentage of increase is, 1531 over 1482, I should expect, by simple mathematics there, that my taxes are going to go up by more than 5%, somewhere between 5 and 7%, maybe 8%. But this slide says 4.44%, and I don't want people walking around saying, oh, goody, it's only 4.44%, even though that's still higher than I would like it to be. But I'm just not sure, like, if we can make that kind of calculation of just like average home price is going to be X, the rate is going to be Y, that's going to be an increase of Z. I don't know.
Doesn't
I have
the
an answer for that, Jason, if
4.4%
you want me to.
reflect something different, though? It's the impact from last year's taxes.
Well, I mean,
I have an
all
answer
of
if
these,
you
all
want
these,
to
like,
say it.
you know, I'm just
It's
trying
exactly what John
to,
said.
show how a tax rate's calculated.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to get into the weeds of, what is going to happen to the values exactly, because we don't know yet. The point is just to show how the tax rate would be calculated, and that it's likely that every single-family home will have a market adjustment of some sort. The overall base will increase as a result of the market adjustment. This is a maybe too simplistic because it doesn't take into account changes that might be different between the two. But at the same time, the most simplistic way you can look at it, and it's often like the most predictive, is just look at what what's going to happen to your tax bill is what the overall levy is doing. So the overall levy is going to go up, by this model 4.8, and this model is kind of showing that there's some new growth coming in, so that's offsetting it a little bit. So the 4.8, there's new people paying part of that 4.8% increase. So this is just saying that it's likely this tax impact is going to be in the neighborhood of 4.64, and we won't know the exact numbers until next fall.
Any other questions before Jason?
The point I was going to make is I think the difference in that is exactly that you've taken this overall town valuation and then you've applied it to everything is residential and not have separated the commercial, industrial, and personal.
It's not meant to be a really in-depth
so I think
projection. It's just to show the mechanics that go into developing the tax rate.
Every
that
single
will be.
resident will go this slide.
Yeah.
This is like the slide that you go to if I'm a resident that I care about. So whether it's in depth or not, like it needs to be something that gets the message you want across.
Yeah. So it does, because it's saying that it's in the neighborhood of 4-point-something%.
And I think
increase.
that's the punchline.
Yeah.
And we'll figure it out later.
That's what I'm trying to get to
Yep.
with this slide. All right. So these are the other quick statistics that I just want to share. Tax rate could be reduced or increased by 1 cent by basically $50,000 of new revenue or reduction of expenses. So, if you estimate a $4.96 billion tax base, divide that by $100,000, that's what it takes to impact the rate 1 cent. And if your home were worth $741,000, 1 cent in the tax rate would be $7.41. So every $50,000 of alternative revenue the town brings in and reduces the tax rate, a $741,000 valued homeowner would see a savings of $7.41, and every time a budget increases beyond the existing budget by $50,000, it's basically costs $7.41. So those are my little mental math exercises that I do to calculate tax impact quickly. All right, so the capital plan, I just want to bring that up before we get done with this presentation. These are all of the articles that are going to be on the warrant this year. These are the town warrant articles. There's two pieces of fire equipment. There's police cruisers, taser replacement. You should be in custody of the financial planning report that has described these projects in a little more detail. And
Clarifying point, just a question. You led off by saying these are all things to be on the warrant. Is that true? If we vote?
well, in the draft warrant.
Thank you. Okay, just.
Yeah, put that little asterisk on there.
Yeah, I
The
just wanted to
warrant
make
hasn't
sure I
been
understood
closed,
correctly.
or the warrant hasn't been closed or approved.
Got it.
So, yeah, it's in the, but the draft warrants that I think are circulating through the packets, you may
And the
see these articles.
The purpose is tying back to the numbers you presented, and anything that doesn't make a warrant changes the numbers to the benefit of the town. So I was trying to tie those together. So, yeah.
Correct, yeah. All right, then the school articles, and, as we mentioned, one of the items that was the Algonquin's CIP that actually encompasses a number of projects that they're doing at the school. The $292,000 is the town share relative to our assessment, our regional agreement with the town of Southborough over the governance of Algonquin Regional. Those total $3.729 million, and that's the capital budget for the year. The total capital budget of all of those articles that were considered that were discussed through the process is $11.4 million. So through here, this lays out the funding sources. $1 million would be CPA. $381,000 is listed as other available funds, which is basically some water and sewer reallocations of old projects that we've cleared with bond counsel, enterprise fund free cash, enterprise fund borrowing, and the only borrowing that is shown in this article, in this table, is proposed to be debt excluded. And that would be the Z roof article. And I should say the anticipated grants is solely what's anticipated to be MSBA grants related to that Z roof project. And this is a pie chart of the funding sources from that table. And again, what's been kind of uncovered through the summit process and talking through the financial planning committee and the capital plan as we've gone over it. There's a 10-year plan that's being maintained. We've asked those departmental directions that we gave out in July were to request, put a plan together for the next 10 years. Again, there'll be a lot of changes as time goes along, but those totaled $220 million. So assumptions to consider toward the general fund impact of that $220 million is that you subtract out the enterprise fund projects, what are assumed to be CPA requests from those amounts, the ambulance revolving fund, $1.3 million for West Main Street. We're assuming that, with the RFP is going to lead to there being no actual renovations that the town would be funding. So, or it's unclear, so that's being subtracted. The MSBA share for the Z roof, because the Z roof is still included within the 10-year total. Assuming the Z roof project is approved, that would subtract another $3 million from that total. So what does that come down to? That's $120 million that's shown in there for the Peasley School project, and obviously we've projected debt in the debt policy of being, reimbursed with $50 million, and the net cost of the town would be 70, which is the high amount. And then all the other projects in the capital plan are $83.5 million. So again, my this is going to tie into the conclusion on the next page. So the FY27, again, it represented a challenging budget cycle with additional efforts that were required to avoid an operating override. And it maintains the overall compliance with the policies in order to maintain the town's double A1 bond rating. Because that is a question that we get when we get rated by the rating agency as whether we're following our financial policies or not in our adherence to it. So a one-time allocation of free cash toward the operating budget was definitely a departure from the financial policies, but it's not one that's truly, it's not one that's going to be uncommon for towns facing the Proposition 2.5 levy limit capacity problems that we're facing as well as many other towns in the state.
When would we be able to refinance existing debt? I guess maybe the most recent at the fire station. How long can you?
Generally, 10 years is
10 years
the time. If there's a capacity to advance refund things if there's enough of a savings, but it would have to be significant. The last time we refunded a lot of debt was during the COVID era. During 2021, it was incredibly low interest rates that led us to be able to do that.
Is it 1.8 and now it's at 4.9? So if we is there any other? So all our debt outside the fire station is probably at a pretty good rate.
Yeah, that's
historical rate. It's good for today's rate, but
yeah. So, just a plug for some of the documents that are on the website. What's called undistributed expenses lists out all of our bond issues and the rates that they're at. So, typically, we have the bond market changes from time to time. Obviously, it's constantly in flux, so it depends on the market at the time when you go to market.
And we should assume all new debt follows the same 10-year period in which you can't refinance. If we were to do the projects like you just outlaid.
Yeah, I would, yes.
Cool. Thank you.
So the policy decision, FY28 and beyond remains in question. So overrides and additional measures are definitely going to be required in future years, and we've seen that from the updated financial projections that we've made as recently as February. How much of that would be an override? I mean, I think we were looking at a potential override of $2.7 million for, modest increases in 28. Can we got there we got to 1.33 million this year. Will we be able to continue doing that? Remains to be seen. Maybe we'll have a windfall of free cash this year. I'm not sure, but it's likely that we are facing that or hard choices with budget cutting. And again, free cash used to navigate it this year. What will it be for 28? We don't know. We're not seeing any major no huge building permit has come in that's like really outpaced everything else this year. I presented some pretty up-to-date local receipt numbers, and their local receipts are looking good, but there's nothing that's looks like we're coming in on target on budget. But the investment income continues to be good because of the money that we have in the bank, and favorable interest rates. But and again, don't ask me exactly what they are because I forgot what they are. I know that's going to be the next question, but I have to ask our treasurer. She'll probably text me if she's watching this. But so again, we'll need to carefully consider the path forward and continue working together with the boards and committees. One thing that was discovered this year was, there's a lot of discussion around finding opportunities to allocate CPA revenue toward the capital plan. Is that going to solve all of our problems with the capital plan? I don't know. It's probably not sufficient for that. But there was a lot of things that came up this year with allocating CPA revenues toward things that were in the capital plan. And then talking about the schedule with the schools, I know there's some plan to get together with the school committee. The process, Steph laid it out, but we start hearing from the schools in the fall and they develop their budget in parallel to us. So we're talking about more communication in the future. So we're going to have to carefully work together about what next year is, the years and beyond are going to look like. And again, the capital plan is definitely going to need to be prioritized, and then concentrating on limiting debt in the future. So again, not likely going to be able to consider all of it. $83.5 million of other projects over 10 years is probably not going to fit within that debt policy guidelines that we were looking at earlier. And that's. See if I can do the wheel right. Questions?
Let's go with the appropriations first. Any questions from your committee? No.
None here in the room. I don't see Mona's got her hand up. Nope.
No question for me.
Thank you, Mona.
All right, then, let's start with Mike.
All right, thanks, Julianne. Thank you, Jason, for walking us through that. Always detailed and thorough. So thank you for that. Also, thank you for members of Appropriations being here. Also, the members of Financial Planning who are in the room and also viewing remotely. Just watching your meetings, a lot of your meetings, both Appropriations, Financial Planning, we get a professional level of work from our volunteers on those committees, so I just want to say thank you for that. One question I have, kind of going back to the earlier slides about OPEB. I know originally, I think where we started was like a $600,000 allocation to OPEB.
Right.
And I know I sent a number of emails, and we talked a little bit, trying to maybe how flexible we are with that number, so appreciate that we were able to find some flexibility and use those funds to help us in other areas. But those funds going from 6 to 3 were used in other areas, right? So it's not coming off of a tax bill.
Right. That was one of the initial approaches to the budget when we got to November, and realized some of the challenges we were going to have from things increasing more than what we had projected at the summit. We were trying to get back to a budget capacity that was projected there of up to 3%. And that was one of the policy decisions that was made up front back in November, was to limit it to 300. And again, is that ideal? No, none of it's ideal. So
Right.
it would be ideal to fund OPEB in full, but that we've used $41 million over the years that OPEB liabilities accrued since the town began offering post-employment health insurance in the 60s. That liability was there whether we recognized it or not. It was 2009 when it started being recognized. We didn't start funding the trust to start addressing that liability until 2015. So it's a long lifespan.
Right.
So it was immediately needed this year, so that it's the $41 million liability is not going to materially change, but with $300,000, which isn't to say we shouldn't try to continually increase that funding, because there will be the investment returns as well as the increasing funding plan,
Right.
to reduce that liability.
Right. But say where OPEB is different from the retirement assessment, by statute, we've got a date, at least for now, that they say that has to be met. And then Worcester Regional is a little bit short of that, like 2036, I think you said.
Mm-hmm.
So we can't get out of that, right? That's by statute.
Correct.
OPEB, and I know other communities, some don't even save towards OPEB. They'll figure they deal with it after they've dealt with their retirement assessment.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure some level of that might be in the cards for us as well, or at least considered at that time, once we're considered fully funded. So again, I kind of looking at OPEB and wondering, okay, what's the difference, say, between 300,000 on that large of a liability versus maybe an even lower number of, say, 100,000, where you're still kind of putting in something to chip away at it. And if you're not reallocating those funds, that difference would come off of a resident's tax bill. And based on your math on that slide, not much, right? I think about like $30 if you went from 300,000 to say 100,000 per year.
Yep.
But still
That's right.
something. So kind of, as I'm looking at stuff and trying to maybe find ways like, well, hell, is there any flexibility? Because you guys did a ton of work to come in at low percentages of growth at a level service, and just trying to see where can we.
I think we're also, of course, we're looking at the here and now, but we're also projecting for next year and what will be needed. So we're trying to be conservative with what we take from OPEB, from stabilization. I think we'll need to rely on those reserves more.
Yes.
Right. And having even just that little bit of extra OPEB, right, when you set your 2.5 again, you're setting it at a higher amount. So maybe you're giving yourself a little bit more, but that's still money coming out of our
Yes.
taxpayers'
Yeah.
pockets. That's
So,
close
so
to-
I think if I'm hearing what you're suggesting is leave it on the table, and then it would be, maybe it would just be capacity that would carry over to the next year, and then we would. The challenge of reducing a number like that is that it's hard to bring back, and
Sure.
that's again, that's what's difficult about it. It was difficult to put it in to begin with. Well, it wasn't, because there was a funding source for it that offset it in the budget. So it was less difficult to bring it in originally. But if those get used elsewhere, it's not part of the base, then it gets more difficult to bring it back.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Laura?
So thanks for all your work to put this together. I know that we had talked about the high deductible health plan. In what would the timeline look like for when we'd be able to possibly look at changing it and the savings that we'd be able to get?
So we are definitely offering the high deductible.
So it's already happening?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the deductible plan on the existing HMOs. I don't think we're going to get to this year.
Sorry, you don't think we're going to get what?
I don't think we're going to get to this year based
Okay.
on the collective bargaining.
Okay.
Yeah. But we are absolutely offering the high deductible HSA plans.
Okay. But it doesn't seem like people are.
Oh, no, I think a lot of people are interested. We educated every single union. We had a drip campaign showing, videos, very easy to learn and educate yourself about HSAs. And there was a lot of interest, so I feel good about it. But like Jason was saying, we're not going to know until people sign up, so it's hard to project savings.
Okay.
But
Will that reduce the amount of increase on the insurance cost?
yeah, premium cost.
Premium costs?
Yep.
So that these double-digit increases will
Hopefully.
drop?
Yes, that's our whole goal.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, to piggyback off of that question, has our insurance broker made any predictions about what we can expect for insurance costs next year? Sorry?
I think they think that, okay, so this is kind of in the weeds, or maybe industry insider stuff, but from what we've heard, that these 2 years were mostly the result of the GLP-1s being added to the pharmacy costs, and even though July 1st they're not, the insurance companies are not looking at that as a savings. They're looking at that as making their money back for the next year. So that's one of the factors. So we think once we have a year, looking at claims and arrears, once we go forward, we'll probably have lesser pharmacy claims going forward.
Lesser pharmacy claims, and if we can get people to piggyback onto that high deductible plan, we will absolutely see savings in our premium costs.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Laura, did you have more?
Or finish your thought. I'm part of that thought, so.
Thank you. So when all of these changes, I know we had looked at health insurance before, I think our ability to shop around was very limited. Will these changes make it easier for us to find other?
Once our claims go
Yep.
down, then absolutely.
Okay.
We were not marketable.
Okay.
Let's say that.
So
Yeah.
hopefully all these changes will help turns out. Thank you.
Right.
Yeah, there's two clarifying points to better understand. So one is you mentioned you want delaying because of union agreements. Could you expand on that a moment?
Yeah, so since we're in the JPA with the town of Southborough and the schools, all of the unions have to agree.
Yep.
If they don't agree on changing the existing plan, then it can't move forward.
Yep.
But we educated all of our unions, so we're looking at it as it was a teaching moment. We had spreadsheets that were very specific on savings out of a paycheck, because of course people will understand what it's like to get more taken out of their paycheck in regards to keeping it at the 12.44%, what we have right now. We're looking at a 12.44%. So we showed different plateaus. If we went to a $1,000, $2,000 deductible on top of what we have for our existing plan, it would drop that 12.44 to 1.5, which is huge. Right.
I remember that in our select board meeting. What's the timing of that? Like there, and this is where I'm not as clear. So we've got, obviously we're tangled with the schools.
Yes.
You know, we've got a bunch of other unions that aren't schools.
Yep.
Like, do we have to offer the same thing to both, or are they two different
Yes,
things?
we have to, for the deductible plans on top of their existing plan, yes, we have to have the same deductible. The HSAs, we're able to offer HSAs even if the town of Southborough didn't want to. So we are absolutely going to integrate that into the new plan.
And we checked with legal that we can't change non-school union and leave the school on a separate schedule. We have to be the same.
We have to be the same on the HMO deductible, yes, but
Okay.
the HSA, we can do it. Southborough does not have to do it, so.
Understood.
Yes.
And then the second question I have is the Ozempic thing we talked is $1.3 million of cost, and you know, insurance jumpers that's why a lot of these long-term benefits, insurance companies are motivated to do it because you can just jump to a different insurance. They never recognize the savings. Wouldn't that benefit us? I with our broker in the summer to talk about being a jumper and to find someone that's a rational actor and look at what our claims will be by not having Ozempic and price us differently than just staying with our existing, or we should go out and market is probably in our benefit.
Right, and I think we're going to look at all of that next year.
Okay.
So it's getting our claims rate a little bit better, and then we will absolutely be looked at as a better candidate to go elsewhere. Right now, we're with Harvard Pilgrim, and we couldn't move, even if we wanted to.
And I think what I'd like to do when we get to past town meeting in the summer and whatnot is to look at going outside Harvard Pilgrim and then looking, oh, look at your claims here. Well, 1.3 was Ozempic. We'll price you differently because you're not going to offer that. So I do think our insurance broker, this is where they can earn their money.
Right.
And start to be more and be in front of this and start talking about this and call it August after the expiration of some of these pharmacy benefits end.
Yep, absolutely.
So I guess I'm a little bit hopeful that we could see some.
Me too.
And maybe even a decline, because, you know, it's a big deal when you start offering Ozempic for everyone and people are using it for off-label uses, which is why they're tightening it up. So I think it's, okay, helpful, thanks.
Yep.
Yeah, so there is some, you know, to bookend that, there is some moves that we can make that we're exploring with the JPA, and it's not completely dark, but it's, you know, it's a complicated process.
Yes, we're moving in a positive direction, absolutely.
And it's a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah, a lot of people.
Jacob, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, just a couple, I think. Thank you. So, one, I'm kind of liking Mike's idea, but he might not like it he might not agree with what I think we should do with the difference of 200,000, and that's okay. But it's what I said earlier, which is, we haven't taken a vote on the roof, of course, but it would be my preference that if we do go forward with the roof, that the debt be funded within the levy limit. And the reason for that is pretty clear. It's because it's taxpayer money. When we exceed the levy limit with an override, it's just more. It's more taxes. So it's the same idea. Like whether, as Mike's saying, I think if Mike says we reduce it, it's still going to save the taxes. Probably about the same amount that it would save our taxes by not doing the debt exclusion. The difference is we don't have to do the debt exclusion. We can save the money and the time and the effort and the headache of putting something on the ballot. That's got to be something. And then we promise ourselves for the next however many years until it's paid off that we're going to use levy limit money to pay for that. I think it's a more responsible way of paying for something like that. I'm not saying I'd never do a debt exclusion. I just think that we have the ability to do it within the budget. If we took something like along what my friend is saying, 100 maybe or 200 from that, combined with a few other smaller numbers, we could get to that number that you had on your spreadsheet. I think it was 272 in the first year for the Z school as it's currently planned. So that's just an idea. Maybe we could noodle on. Another one a question that I have, because it certainly is on my mind. I know that some people are, concerned that we haven't been building up a stabilization fund for the Safer Grant firefighters, and I understand those concerns. But I'm thinking about how can we pay for that? It occurs to me, we have the ambulance revolving fund. I know it's for paying for equipment, like its name implies. But it's funded, if I'm not mistaken, by receipts from charges for services that our department professionals make on certain kinds of calls. And I look at the monthly reports every month, whenever I get them, of what our call volume looks like and what kinds of calls we're going on. And I totally know that we don't get every one of those bills paid and reimbursed, and I understand all that. My question ultimately is, would it be possible, and if so, what would we need to do to make it so that revolving fund could, in addition to paying for equipment, also pay to help supplement the firefighter operating budget, the fire department's operating budget? It's just a question, because I know it's designed for equipment. Would we have to pass something to change what it's designed for? I know
Jacob, can I answer
I just
your
had the
question?
idea while we were talking, so I'm sorry I didn't float that question earlier to you, Jason.
Jacob, Jason is already answering your question. Hold on.
Sorry.
Let me just try to answer it. So basically, the revolving fund for the ambulance charges, approximately $1 million flows through that, like in terms of receipts. It's used on an ongoing basis to pay certain expenses of the department, and additionally, there's that transfer I talked about, the 1% that comes into the budget annually that underwrites the town departments, approximately $400,000, or I think the number, and it's a formula that gets recalculated that's based on their payroll costs, but we transfer in an amount to underwrite the fire department budget every year into the general fund. So that fund is already being used as a funding source for the general fund to the tune of, this year it's proposed at $434,000 based on their personnel costs. There's nothing saying it couldn't be increased or not. I mean, it's one department. There's not a separate ambulance department from the fire department. So the use of that fund for the department's operations is basically allowable. But at the same time, the other element of that fund, it's used to pay the expenses for the ambulances, but it's also used to fund replacement of the ambulances as well. Either debt service or pay downs on the debt for the ambulance authorization. So not really sure there's that much capacity within that fund to make much additional plans for it, if that helps explain it.
Okay, no, that's really helpful. You've answered the main one is could if there were enough money, which that's a separate question, could we use it? The answer is yes, we not only could, we currently do. So thanks for answering that. And then, so now it's just, is there any possible way to get more people to pay their ambulance bills? So, all right, that in my first, very, very minor point, but I know we talked about last time the 6,280. Does that require a vote for us if we wanted to say take that out of the operating budget? Is it possible? That's the select board salary line. First question is it possible? I guess.
Yeah. I guess it's possible if you want to.
And the second one would be, if I could, I don't want to be out of line here, but I would like to vote to do that if the chair wouldn't mind.
I don't mind. Do you want to make a motion?
I do. I move that the select board request that for the fiscal 2027, the line item for the select board salaries be zeroed out.
Second.
Motion made by Jacob, seconded by Laura. John, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Jacob?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Excellent.
It's a tiny bite of the elephant, but I feel like everyone is trying to work together, so we should do that too. That's it. Just my thinking of if there was any way to make the Z debt not be debt excluded, we could avoid the ballot question and all that. What's the cost of doing a ballot question? I know it's not a huge cost, but it's not zero.
Well, I don't think it's any additional cost because there's already a town election coming.
Okay.
In May.
Would it be on the May ballot?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for letting me ask questions.
And Jacob, I don't know if we can change pace with that or not, but we've already notified the MSBA that we're pursuing a debt exclusion for that project. So I don't know if that matters or not, or if we could change. I mean, I'm sure we could change course if that were the case, but that is a consideration. That was one worry that I had in my mind when I heard that idea floated.
I guess when would be the last day that we need?
I'll have to find out. I'll follow up.
Direction.
Okay.
Certainly, we would want to know before. We have to finalize our warrant because we need to know on the warrant the funding source.
It would be cut elsewhere. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks.
I was just going to say, so to the point about, utilizing possibly the revolving fund for funding, the 8 positions on the fire department. Right, kind of similar to the conversation we had at a previous meeting when I brought up the stabilization fund, was similar to how the school department is planning on setting up and utilizing that fund. They have a lot more time to fund it, right? They're planning on making, I think, relatively smaller, not to speak for them, but smaller contributions to that, so that if they get essentially jumped by special education costs that they're not expecting, they don't need to come to the select board for use of funds that were meant to be for stabilization to help them with that cost. They'll have that fund available to be able to make those payments and then get the circuit breaker afterwards. It's basically because the circuit breaker doesn't come in time. That was the same sort of model that I had brought up at our last meeting for the fire department, to allow even a stabilization fund that if they can find room in their operating budget, that they want to put some money away to try and fund those positions or step that cost in to make it more palatable, to make it fit our budgets better. There wasn't much of an appetite. There was no appetite from my colleagues at that meeting. I would bring it up again if there is, any appetite to do something like that. I would think it would be a good idea if there's a little bit of free cash still available to maybe make a down payment into that, just because that window is quickly closing, right? We've got till fiscal, I think, 28 before those salaries come off the grant. So I still think that's a good idea. To maybe even open a fund with I would like it with a down payment, but even without one, And if there's some room, whether it's from the revolving fund or other operational funds similar to the school that the department can put away, why not give them the chance to at least try?
If anything was done, I would prefer, and I'm sure you would too, a distinct stabilization fund for the safer grants instead of, using the revolving.
No, that's my point.
It becomes too muddy.
Right. My
Yeah.
point would be one specifically for those 8 positions that were grant funded.
Yeah.
To help step in and make it a little bit more easy on our budget to keep those staff members on staff. And that was just my point, was sort of similar to what Jacob had laid out, was what I was trying to convey at our last meeting. So if there's more appetite for it, I think that's great. I don't know if we have that conversation tonight or have to make a decision or provide some direction, but I think it would be great to at least let them open that account to see what they can do about funding it. I would like to do a down payment if there's some free cash available, but if anything, just to open that account, similar to kind of what Jacob had outlined and what I had discussed at the previous meeting. And, yeah.
You're talking about opening a stabilization account internally? So they would look at their at their budget and say...
Yeah,
well, we
it's similar
can
to
cut
how
here,
the school's going to handle it. Different than what was originally brought to town meeting, which didn't lose by much, but did lose on the floor. Where that was an allocation of free cash, I still think it would be worthy if there is free cash available to make a down payment into that. Like there's 150,000 maybe available. Maybe if there's an article or two this board doesn't want to send to town meeting, freeing up additional funds, that could be an avenue as well. But yeah, just so the difference would be, if anything, an article to open the fund with or without a down payment. And if there's room in their operating budget, maybe they can save some to keep.
They
to
wouldn't,
keep those
of
in.
course, that would be a tiny amount. It's $1 million.
Right, and their
so-
window is closing. It's
Yeah.
not like that's where the school has the advantage, right? They've got maybe, of course, you don't know when it's coming, but probably a lot more time to make smaller savings that'll grow over time.
Right.
To handle another, special education costs, transportation and funding. This window is closing fast, which is why I think it would be important and prudent to make a down payment, maybe with some free cash in it, so that with a down payment of free cash and maybe with some operational money that they could move into it, they would have something to put towards those 8 salaries, if that makes sense, if I'm explaining myself correctly.
Yep.
John?
I think the safer decisions for a later date. I hear your point. I'm like, if we don't do it when we're stabilizing, I'd rather it be transparent to residents on the cost and go into it eyes wide open. One thing I did notice when I received the line item detail on Saturday afternoon was OT, overtime for firefighters. And it is an expense that has accelerated quite a bit since the Safer Grant. So we generally spend $180,000 to $200,000 on overtime for firefighters. We've spent $170,000 in 6 months. And one of the questions I had when we get in the budgets, and it's my understanding.
John, can I just explain some of that? Some of the mechanics are that split with the revolving fund. A lot of their personnel costs are split with the ambulance revolving fund.
Okay.
And there's a percentage of their overtime that gets allocated to the revolving fund. But in practice, the way that plays out is they generally charge the general fund until their number is exhausted. Then they hit the revolving fund for the rest of the year, so they know kind of where they're at with that formula. So I believe it's 60-40, like being revolving fund versus the general fund. So that leads it to be exhausted mostly by December annually. So that's just the mechanics of that feature.
Really, thank you for the education. So we should look at the $170,000 to be the numbers for the full fiscal year.
From the general fund, for the general fund share.
Is there a transparent way to see all the expenses that are generated? It's not just in this budget. There's movement between different ledgers.
I mean, it's disclosed in their budget documents.
Yep.
But it's, we don't really look at the you know, the revolving funds, and the revolving funds get disclosed in total, but there's not really, you know, a means to show that, like, publicly.
But somewhere in here,
it's within.
Is it somewhere in that?
No, it's not. It's not in the general fund. It's not in a budgeted source. So it's
the revolving fund is what he's referring to.
Yeah.
So
where can we have access to that? I imagine it's public. It's
yeah. But your question is, what is being pulled from the salary line out
to kind
of the revolving?
Get a holistic look. One of the things that I had heard is that with the Safer grant, there was additional overtime because we needed to cover while firefighters were
at
training.
academy. Yeah.
So that was something I wanted to test. It was just and so educated now. But I thought perhaps there was a cost already baked in here that we should consider, but it's not, because or it might be. I guess further diligence, for my education, I like to understand the revolving fund and how that interacts with this budget, just to get smarter on it.
Yeah, I can get you that info.
Yeah, so the mechanics of it are described in the budget, but on an ongoing basis, you know, it's not going to show up in the general fund, the exact numbers, because like I said, the practice has been to exhaust the general fund first, so that it's not exposed to budget overruns.
Oh, exhaust. Okay.
So they'll typically charge 100% of their overtime at the beginning of the year
to exhaust their budget.
To exhaust the budget first. So then more of the expenses that come later will be funded from the revolving fund.
And what's the dollar value of the revolving? Is there also like
I said, there's about $1 million that flows through that fund.
Okay.
So that $1 million includes the approximately $400,000 that comes out in the transfer at town meeting.
Yeah.
So the 600, again, I'm talking just from memory on their budget presentation. There's about $200,000 of ambulance cost, ambulance cost.
But I should
and then
think
the additional is payroll cost.
Simple for, I guess, a simple explanation for me to just have a basis for when I get smarter on it. If our general fund budget is $2.7 million for the fire department, I should add another $1 million if I wanted to understand the full cost of the fire department. Probably
correct.
Around 3.7.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Helpful. Thanks.
Yeah. So I think that is explained pretty well if you go to that alternative budget document that has more information, that you may have it there. It does discuss that.
Could you simplify that for me for a second? So has overtime technically gone down with the 8 Safer?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. But what I was offering explanation for is why the budget is showing as being exhausted.
Okay.
My understanding, just based on listening to past meetings, overtime's gone up because we've needed to pay overtime on Safer grant. Like, for instance, people in our fire department are doing things with the trainees and Safer, and we have to cover the folks in our Safer grant. So we've incurred higher overtime expenses, my understanding. I would like to see the numbers to better understand it. And what I'd really like to do is just to understand, if you looked at all the general ledger line items of all the different descriptions of expenses, what that would look like without having another department with $1 million, just to understand the cost and where the cost is of running a fire department.
Mm-hmm. The overtime for actual 2024 was 186, 882. In 2025, it was 172.
And when did this grant start? 2020?
2025.
2025. Okay. Yeah. So there was a period of training when
There's
there would be
9
overtime,
months
but
of
aren't we
2025?
kind of past that?
2020. Well, it
FY
runs out,
25.
wasn't it a 4-year?
No, 3-year.
3-year. Okay, so
so
that would
it
be,
started 9 months.
Okay.
We had 9 months of 2025, and then there's 3 months that will have to be covered in 28.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So just to bring it back to the stabilization fund, I would like, at least an up or down vote So I mean, I can make a motion now, or if it's something we want to discuss at our next meeting when we're going to go through the articles. I know there's a lot of articles on that warrant, but I would like one more, even if it was not funded with a down payment, of at least opening a stabilization fund that if the department can find room in its budget to save something, to give them that opportunity. I don't know if we're okay to, if we needed to vote on something like that now, whether it passes or not, or we want to do it at our next meeting when we're going to vote on all the different articles. Yeah, you know,
I think
as
it
far
might
as-
make more sense because then you'll know if something didn't get passed to move forward to town meeting, that might be money that's freed up, and then you'd be able to,
So you mean at our next meeting?
at our next meeting.
Point of order. Can we find that we try to revote things a lot? Like, I thought we made a vote, and now we're getting up or down, and this has been not the first time. So I'm open to when the numbers change and the facts settle, but like up or downs everything because we don't like the answer is probably not a great use of our time.
I mean, I think a discussion and giving the department an opportunity to keep 8 firefighters, or as many as possible, on staff is a great use of our time, both here and at town meeting. I think it's a good use of funds, and it's a good use of our time.
Well, between now and the next meeting, let's see what the fire department comes up with internally funding the stabilization fund. And secondly, I want the conversation to include future over $1 million to keep these people on, and to really consider what that will look like in fiscal year 2029 and on. I mean, that's over $1 million is a lot of money.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And it's more than $1 million when you get pension liabilities and I mean, this is a very expensive endeavor, and I'm not saying it's good or bad. I just haven't seen the data.
It would be a great thing.
But
The direct
yeah,
cost, but
so
the more indirect.
Right,
We have
and
limited resources.
no, and that's why I'm saying maybe we just give them,
So forth.
if anything, a zero balanced account where if they can save something, like the school is doing, let them try, let them do it.
Okay,
And if we don't make a down payment with free cash, we don't, because we decide that's not, for whatever reason, that's not the best way to handle it. But at least give them the opportunity with a stabilization fund, even without a down payment, to see if they can save something to go into that fiscal 28 with those salaries coming on, to just have that little bit more flexibility. That's all.
And just a point of education for me. So this general fund, once you hit your budget, you go into, what is it called, revolving fund?
Yes.
So that's crazy. So are there any other budgets that work like that you exhaust your budget, whatever's budget, and you go to another fund after that? That's just not a very transparent way for me to understand it. So
Well,
are there any other
Like water,
budgets that look
sewer.
like that other than the fire department?
no, that's the only mechanism like that, because
Okay.
it's the only one that's like shoestring calculating for what this formula that's laid out and been lived by for multiple years.
And which I assume is, it was best practice among towns and municipalities, and we're not doing something different than other towns do?
I don't know of any other town that does it, but I also don't know that other towns don't do this as well. So I don't think this came as a best practice. It was a recurring practice.
So it's basically revolving funds, of course, are fee-based. So it's from EMS and picking up patients and getting paid. And so it connects to their salary. It's not very obscure.
So some of the background, and I don't mean to take a lot of time to talk about this, but about how the mechanics of this came to be, was that the transfer used to only cover the cost of one firefighter plus benefits. So
How many years ago was that?
this was just yesterday in 2008 or 2012. So municipal modernization of 2016 changed some of the rules around revolving funds, where leading up to that, there were restrictions on how much expenditures could happen out of the revolving fund. So it was the formula was meant to comply with that law, where the expenditures from when these funds used to have a higher amount that was charged directly to them. So it was an effort to actually acknowledge these payroll costs in a more transparent way, believe it or not. So it was to comply with the spending restrictions that there were in place, which have now been lifted. Now we control our own spending restrictions directly to the fund. So we could not do as much of this exercise and move the expenses back into the fund where they're not as transparent. So the issue was, in order to appropriate through that transfer, in order to fund something at 100%, you would have to have the money in the fund at the time. And that was the challenge at the time, was getting to that. So that's why they have these splits that have been explained in that budget document, and we've lived with it. So is it the best practice? No, but it came from this iteration over time that was the intent, was to be transparent. If that makes sense.
Are you okay with that?
No. I mean, I'll get smarter on it. I just think it's a really confusing way to do it. And then I also listened to all the appropriations meetings, and it sounds like we don't try that hard to collect on Northborough residents, because like in some instances versus being a third party, so I'm not entirely comfortable with it, but I also am not entirely educated on it.
Okay. Appreciate that.
Can I just make one comment? I understand where you're coming from regarding the stabilization fund, and I'm not opposed to listening to it, but I just want to say that tonight we had to listen to losing 12.9 full-time employees for the schools, which is definitely going to have an impact on the classroom. And it was my understanding that the stabilization fund for the teachers for the schools was due to legal requirements that we have to be able to offset, and those are always known in arrears from when we vote and approve it. So I'm not opposed to listening to where you're coming from, but I think the slight difference in the school stabilization fund is that we're legally obligated to provide it. And I am still concerned about staffing, and I really want to avoid losing any more employees. So everything is kind of coming back to that for me.
Right. And to your first point about the legal requirement, it's the special education costs that the district has to cover,
Yes.
not the creation of a stabilization fund to
Yep.
possibly cover those in the future.
Yeah.
And where I would say they differ there, right? We're not legally required to keep firemen, police, teachers on staff.
Yep.
It's similar in a way of just the school wants this fund to be able to say, okay, we can find room because we're good at managing our budget. We could find some stuff in our budget to help fund it. And I'm just saying, just give the firefighters the same chance. That's all.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, the question is put out to them, so let's see if they communicate with you about that. Or you, Jason, I guess.
Well, they definitely have communicated that they would like the stabilization fund.
But I think Mike's point
whether
is,
they can
they
fund
find
anything
internally?
Yeah, I'm sure there's something, but it'll be a tiny amount.
Is it going to help in 3 years?
I don't think so.
It does feel, the time's against us here, right? Just having served on financial planning committee and seeing and deal with this come through before, it does sound, there's still a little left hand, right hand. Like this revolving fund's not going to pay for all our ambulances and all our things. Like the town of Northborough still pays for the stuff and free cash that comes in through other committees. So in my right now it's less transparent than it should be, but I'm going to look at other documents, put them together, and see if it's more transparent to me when I do that.
Okay. All right. I'd actually like to see if anyone in the audience or online would like to make a comment. Anybody? Okay. Michael Hirsch, do you have your hand up?
Oh, that's my mouse.
It's like a wave.
Yeah. Okay.
Jacob,
Can I just put in my 2 cents on the topic real quick?
Sure, please.
I appreciate Mike's work on trying to get this, and I agree with him that we need to work on plans for meeting the funding gap when it hits us. and that's why I'm asking the kinds of questions that I am. I'm not totally sure where I sit on the school's version of doing this. Maybe they have reasons. Anyway, it's what we talked about last time, and I'm not going to repeat it. But that said, for today, I mean, the positions are fully funded for fiscal 27. We're talking about fiscal 27 right now. Everyone should be comfortable. They're fully funded for 27. Am I missing anything, Jason, on that? This budget fully funds those positions for 2027. True?
With the grant.
Yes, with the grant.
Yeah, they're paid
Okay,
for.
so I mean, like, that's problem one solved. I know there's a problem in the future we need to prepare for. 100% with you, Mike. 100% with the fire department. The captains who made the comment. I'm 100% aware of this issue, and we're going to have to find solutions. But I just don't think that the stabilization fund is the solution. I'm more thinking of what ways we can avoid this year an override, which we have done, or a debt exclusion, which is essentially an override from my perspective. Those are like my top two things. If we can save the taxpayers a debt exclusion and an override, then I can be happy to talk about the next thing. That's kind of where my mind's at.
Thank you, Jacob. Okay. Last chance. Okay, Laura, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I would. Madam Chair, I move that the board vote to close the joint meeting of the Select Board and the Appropriations Committee at 8:54 p.m. I now invite the Appropriations Committee to close its meeting.
Let's have a second on your
Second.
motion made by Laura, seconded by Mike. Jacob, how do you vote?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
John?
I guess a question. So when we close this meeting, we go to the warrants?
Yes.
Should we talk about anything? We're going to talk about all the warrants, right? So then we're good.
Yeah.
I have a question for you, the Bartlett.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, am I in the middle of a vote? Go ahead.
Is it pertinent to this?
It's just about the warrant, so you can
Oh,
close
okay,
your,
okay.
yeah.
All right. So, John, to close this meeting.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Okay. Motion is passed.
I voted aye if I didn't. I can't remember if I did.
Yeah,
or
you
not.
did. You did.
Okay.
Great. And just as a final comment, thanks for having us. One of the outgrowths and why you didn't hear a lot of comments from us about the budget articles is that's been our business. That's what we've been working on. So, as we got here, what Jason presented is the result of the work from financial planning and the appropriations. So thanks for the opportunity to take any public discussion on that and hear your further ideas and vote on the 7,000. So that's great there. So I'd entertain a motion to adjourn the Appropriations Committee.
Mr. Chairman, I move we adjourn the Appropriations Committee meeting.
Thank you, Terry. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, George. This will have to be a roll call vote as well. Jeff?
Aye.
Terry?
Aye.
George?
Aye.
Mona?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all. And
Bathroom break.
Oh, yeah, can
a
we?
little break.
That would be terrific.
5-minute break.
Little adjournment.
2 seconds, yeah.
So we are moving on to the meeting warrant. Okay,
The vote to close it?
to vote to close the warrant. But I think there might be some questions, comments on the warrant before we close it.
Oh, yes. So, is everyone here? Yeah. So, I don't know if you remember,
we have
John, what's that?
Do we have Jacob back?
Jacob.
Sure he's not missing.
Jacob, can you hear us?
I'll text him.
Thank you.
Do you want to start or wait?
Can you give it a second?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Let's discuss how we're going to go through it. Like, so you're going to talk about some changes or something before we?
Well, the Bartlett fines, Bartlett Street fines.
Oh, okay.
That was, John was,
He's back.
okay.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
All right, so you want to talk about that? It's on the top of your head.
Yeah, it's because it's not currently an article number, but the police chief did a lot of research, and it would fall under bylaw section 99210, and currently it's a $50 fine. He would like to create a new bylaw prohibiting commercial vehicles, so specifically commercial, so you don't have like anyone that was parking somewhere, like he referenced a kid fishing and left his car somewhere and got ticketed $300. From Bartlett and Lyman Street. So he was proposing going from $50 to $100 for the first offense and then $300 for every subsequent offense thereafter. The only issue would be we'd need new signs that say, $100 first offense, $300, thereafter offense, and he just needs to get new ticket books, so he estimated $3,000 for that. But other than that, that's it.
Okay. So are you okay with, so it doesn't have to be voted on? It doesn't have to be a warrant article?
Well, it does, because we have to put it under where it says, the second page, Town Charter and Town Code Articles, so that would be an amendment.
What number is that?
Let's see where Article 46 is and 47, it would be Article 48.
Okay, so then everything else moves down, okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to, get the board's consensus before we added it in, and Brian was in the process of doing his research.
Okay, are we all okay with adding that in? I
just have one question. Would that need does that need to be voted on the ballot, or would that be okay just with, since we're changing the charter?
Yeah, not a
Does it need to
ballot,
be on the
it would
ballot
just
as well?
be at town meeting.
If it's
For-
the charter, is
by-
it the charter or the
He's-
bylaw?
bylaw.
Change, I believe.
Yeah, it is, it's, yeah.
Yeah, if the bylaw, it doesn't.
So it doesn't need charter, it doesn't need vote, ballot.
No.
Got it.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Good town
No.
meeting.
Thank you.
It needs to be voted warrant article, right, at town meeting?
Yes.
That's it?
Yes.
Not on the ballot.
But okay, so I'm going to include it as Article 48.
Well, as long as we're adding, what's the fine for littering? Because that street gets a little...
A lot of nips.
It's
That's like all over town.
Do you know the
actually.
town of Holden banned nips? There's no nips in any of their liquor stores.
There tend to be a lot of nips where those trucks are parked. Maybe it's just coincidence.
I run the streets.
I don't think so.
My street too, in my town.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's crazy, yeah.
It's everywhere. It's really bad. I don't know when people are doing this.
Yeah.
So one question on the increase in the parking fines. Like, I know Chief Griffin originally said he kind of wanted to give the current mitigation method, the signs that we already have, a year to see the effectiveness.
Yeah.
What has traffic safety looked at on Bartlett regarding increasing of fines, or have
They haven't been,
would that sort of normally be be sort of like, would something like that normally go through traffic safety because we're saying, okay, it's a safety issue, having the vehicles there, that's why it's a no parking zone. Should this sort of run through a normal process of going through that committee and then coming to the select board as opposed to sort of
There's
jumping
really
over it?
no process of issues going through traffic safety. And this is, I mean, they could have brought it up if they wanted to, but it was brought up, and I don't think we want to wait a year, do we?
I mean, that was the original recommendation of Chief Griffin. Obviously, majority of the board gave him different marching orders, so he went or instruction, not marching orders. So he did that additional research and came back with this new proposal. I don't know. I guess I'm still would be more comfortable with maybe a more review or more, not saying that this isn't maybe the correct policy, but to sort of kind of put it on at the end without maybe some additional review from maybe a committee that would oversee traffic safety committee, or some additional review other than just what the chief has done in the 2 weeks since our last meeting. So that's just my concern. Obviously, there's consensus on the board, it seems, to have it added, and then we'll take a vote on it, so that is what it is. I'm just, sort of, that's areas of concern that I have.
Well, I mean, traffic safety can make a comment at town meeting as a committee and say whether they, support this or not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they have any meetings scheduled that they could at least opine before we would take a vote at our
Just
next
had
meeting.
one. Is it
Okay.
traffic safety? Like,
They meet once a month.
yeah, I know. Yeah, I think I'm with Julianne. Like, they can give an opinion on it, but I'm not sure.
I know, I mean, I just know in other instances, we've deferred to, we could have made a decision, but deferred to other boards where it's in their purview to get their opinion or get their input. So
I do
just kind of
think
following that procedure.
the intent, and it was signed no parking. The intent of Bartlett was no truck parking. It was signed no truck parking. That went away. The signs are gone, and the problem has accelerated with that site getting busier, particularly in the holidays. So giving the town a mechanism in which, when it's being abused, when you've got 15, 20 trucks at a time, is in the town's best interest to give us that lever, which where the bylaw changes give us that. It's how we operationalize it, we can have a whole conversation around, but enabling the town to live up to the intent how it was, there's value in that.
Again, I'm not saying it's maybe not the best policy decision, yes or no. I'm just saying there's normal procedures that we tend to follow. This one seems to be, to me, skipping a step or two.
I don't think it's abnormal, and with the time constraint, I would support moving forward with it. Jacob, did you have your hand up?
Just a couple things. Thanks, Madam Chair. We do have a litter bylaw. It's $100. It is 244010. Because I think you started out with as long as we're revising things along this lane. What about litter because of the nips? And then we got off. We kept talking about other things. But so I looked it up while we were talking, and it is $100 per offense.
But do we have to have signs indicating that?
I think they are over there.
Oh, I haven't.
They are?
Yeah, that I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure it's over there.
And I don't think that's been amended since 1980. Oh, the penalties were amended possibly in 1996, Special Town Meeting Article 8, according to this.
It's not being followed.
Second, kind of related, I think, did I hear correctly, the chief is recommending 100 for first offense, second for 300 for after? Did I
Yes.
get that? So that lines right up with the compression brake bylaw 244-130. That's exactly how that one goes. First violation is 100, 300 for subsequent.
Which may save on his you know what, Steph? That may save on his getting new books. Maybe not, because you have to put in, unless it goes in that bylaw and it's covered on there. But if it's got an existing one, maybe that's where there's savings on the book.
Oh, maybe.
If there's a way to put it within the same, however they reference it.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the case, though.
I Yeah, let me see his email. But I feel like the $50 was written on the current ticketing books, so that's why he had to change it out. But yeah, he just says.
I just think, in the interest of time, I would really prefer to get this into this town meeting, just because it is a huge nuisance. But
Sorry,
I
I
understand.
didn't mean, sorry. That was the last thing I was going to say, Laura. I didn't mean to cut you off, but yes, and I wanted to put it on.
Oh,
So sorry.
this
Now
is
back to
why.
you.
Because the books, it would be actually a new bylaw number,
Yep.
because it's specifically commercial.
Yep, and there's no way to change the language of the current bylaw number to have an and. To keep the existing number and
Oh, I
make the
know what you're
bylaw
saying.
and make it so you don't have to change it for a bylaw.
Let me look into that. That's a good suggestion.
But I definitely understand where you're coming from, and I really appreciate the work of the subcommittee. I'm sorry, the Traffic Safety Committee. So if we wanted to write them a letter just explaining the rationale, I agree. We'd prefer to follow the process of working in tandem with them, but it's also really important, I think, that there's been a huge nuisance to the people that live over in that neighborhood. And I think that if we can take another step towards trying to enforce it, it would be helpful. So I understand where you're coming from, but I think in this case, I think we really need to try and make a better effort than waiting.
So I think we could have informally agreed that we're going to move on. Scott Charpentier, is your hand up?
Yes, it is, Madam Chair.
Hi.
I'm going to try to look now. Thank you for inviting me in. The Traffic Safety Committee has watched the prior Select Board meetings, and the chief indicated that his preference was to see how new signs that have not been driven over by illegal parked trucks kind of stand up and see if that works well before a new bylaw is pushed through quickly. So the Traffic Safety Committee, based on the fact that it wasn't a safety issue, it was a inconvenience or unsightly component because they were well off the white edge line, decided not to have it on the agenda.
So they are aware.
They are aware.
Okay.
We have a meeting, I believe it's April 13th, the second Tuesday, April 14th. So I'm happy to put on the agenda if the Select Board chooses. But because it was indicated in public meeting that it wasn't a safety concern, because the trucks were parked well off the travelway, traffic safety did not opine.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think you can put it on the agenda and they can make a comment at town meeting or send us some kind of letter supporting or not supporting, but
I thought that was the whole argument for doing it, was the safety aspect of having the trucks parked there.
well, I think that the safety aspect is it's like a decision you can make. Is it safe or is it not safe to have all these trucks lined up and, your sight line is obscured and.
And I think to the safety aspect of it, there are trucks currently breaking the law that are parked facing the wrong direction. So when these trucks are parking, they're oftentimes parking face to face, which is illegal. So when you're doing something illegal, that can be a safety issue.
And then they have to turn around.
So there's a whole bunch of
maneuvers.
You
Right,
seem
but I'm just saying
passionate
it's
about this one.
No, I mean, it just seems kind of like, didn't hear much about it until fairly recently. We're going to make a bylaw change for it. It just seems like a lot of other minor things, sometimes almost too much time to kind of shepherd things along. It just seems like this is like, here it is, ready to go, where it's like, okay, we're going to do a bylaw change for trucks that are parking, yes, half industrial, and then there's residential, where it's been explained, well, it's a safety issue because the trucks and the sight line, traffic safety is like, well, it's not really a safety issue, it's an unsightly thing. It's like, well, okay, where's the priority? Where, should this have more discussion? It just seems rather rushed, is just my point. Again, it might be the correct way to do it. We put out these new signs that have been paid for by Amazon or the property owner, and they're not working, and we got to take additional steps. We've done that in other instances, and if this isn't considered a safety issue, I'm just wondering why sort of run past the steps.
If you really drill down,
I'm one person.
The issue
but-
is raising the fine. It's really not, because we do say that it's illegal to park there. And what we're really voting on is the fine, increasing the fine. So does that help understand?
No, I mean, I'm just airing my concerns. I mean, I'm just saying what my concerns are in the open meeting. You guys have your own opinions, and we'll make a decision as a board and move forward.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Anybody else have? I think we've all, okay, yes.
Sorry, I totally respect what Mike is saying. My only counter is if we don't do it now, the next time we can do it's 12 years, hopefully not, 12 months from now. And that's kind of that's the difficulty of the structure we're in. If there was a process where we could let it play out a little more and do it in 4 or 5 months, maybe I could be persuaded by that point. But because it's either now or next year, I'd prefer now, even though Mike raises good points.
Mm-hmm. So, but do the majority of us still want to?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right, then. Okay, so how should we do this? You want to, I'll say Articles 1 through 3. Does anyone have any comments?
We're going to the,
Go to your warrant.
yep. Let me get there.
Okay. All right. Are we ready? Okay. Articles 1 through 3. Any questions, comments, suggestions? Okay. White Cliffs Articles 4, 5, 6. Any questions or comments? Oh. Hi, Chief Griffin. Hi. Did you want to make a comment?
You might not have heard you. He was still joining.
Okay.
Hi, Chief.
Hey, I'm just a little behind you folks on YouTube, so sorry.
Oh, right.
I don't think I was asked any questions, but I'm here if you need anything.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Okay, so no concerns about White Cliffs articles. Okay, now to financial. Prior year's bills, town budget, let's do those two. Any comments on that? John?
Town budget. So I spent a lot of time on the town budget. And it's my impression, and Scott, you're welcome to opine on this too. It's my impression, having watched all of the appropriation committee meetings, which are very well run, and that we spend a lot of time talking about all the things to the town that we kind of lit up tonight. White Cliffs, Financial Planning Committee. What I didn't see is getting into the details of the budgets of the different departments, and not all departments were represented. So, and I know we had the financial summit back in October, and it talked about doing things like, kind of like a 0% budget increase and level service, and kind of see what that bid-ask spread looked like. I didn't see that approach taken this year, and I do have, having gone through all 66 pages, I do have things that I want to better understand, and concerns on the budget having too much, the budget being, I don't want to use the word inflated, but there's a lot of budget here that you could talk about based on our actual run rate, where in the departments you could look to make cuts. I don't think that this is a budget where we took the scalpel to and we looked really hard at. I think this is a budget where we said, okay, let's take our 26 budget and let's go and look at the levy limit, this 27 budget, and that's kind of where we're at, versus looking at the actuals. There are many instances where the budgets that I looked at are 20 to 40 grand. There's a conversation that should be had There's some that are 200, 400 grand that a conversation we had. I think that there's opportunity in this budget to make cuts or have a discussion about making cuts. And I haven't seen that. And it's a way, and it's not a criticism. This is my first cycle on the select board. It's seeking to understand and figure out how we should approach things in this environment. And I mean, candidly, like, I could go through so much here, but there is very basic things that have run under budget, that have a line item for a number, that number's never been spent, and you can look at if that budget can be trimmed or not. And this isn't headcount related. This is looking at all of the line items that are discretionary spend. So, long wind up, but I have concerns on the town budget.
Okay, so let's figure out how to do this discussion. Our next meeting, we vote on, or the articles that we support. So right now, if we should, well, why don't you start with your top concerns?
So haven't prioritized
or
them.
one by one. It's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah. I mean, I'll give a mundane basic example, and this is just very basic. Page 2.
And what department are we talking
The
about?
moderator, and this is going to be so small, like what I say,
Yeah.
but it's just going to be symbolic of how I look at it.
Right.
We have spent $200 a year from 2023 to 2025, and every year we budget $500 a year because we put in $300 for moderator expense, which is zero. We have the moderator gets $150, the deputy moderator gets $50, and we've got something we've never spent historical actuals on, and we have $200 as the actual, and we have $500 in the budget, and we're just taking that $500 in the budget and carrying it forward in '27. Well, there's a chance to go and, we just gave $7,000 back as a select board, which I didn't even know it's a paid position, so hopefully no one's running on that. But I do think these are that's a very, very, there's bigger examples of this where I'm going to go, I'll look at it. I mean, my notes are meant to go and do an exhaustive look. I'm going to look at page 50 because I have a note there. Let's see if it's a good note or not.
And you're talking about the munis documents that
Yeah,
you
this
sent?
is a great report. So
okay.
this report, this munis out of our ERP solution, is a really great report. It has a lot of rich detail. And it gives you the ability to really scrutinize the budget. And for me, this is like a really important part of what I do at home, what I do at work, what I do here. And this budget, I think, deserves scrutiny in today's environment and hasn't had it. So if all the anxiety we heard at town meeting about saying where to cut, and no, there's nothing to cut. And I'm like, that's not true. So I truly believe we haven't had the conversations. I'll give you a very basic one. Let's go to the cemetery on page 40. If you have it in front of you. I distributed it to the select board, but I printed one.
But I have it on.
Yeah.
I don't have.
So I mean, it's a very it's a very basic one, but actuals 23 163,000, 24 170,000, 25 182,000, 26 budget $208,000. 27 budget built off of 26 escalates to $214,000. So we're putting the levy on this thing. We spent $80,000 in the first 6 months.
Can I interject? And this is a good study, but you need context to it. Scott, do you want to respond?
We don't have to stick on the cemetery. I'll go another one. I mean, I'm trying.
Well, I would like. We have to rationalize those numbers. I mean, he's looking at budget lines that give actuals for many years, but there's nothing behind it, so.
Right, and there's a lot of things that go into this budget. Materials and supplies, there's labor and salaries, there's overtime, there's uniforms, there's stipends, there's a whole bunch of stuff. But what leads us to believe that we need to spend $40,000 more in 2027 than we've ever spent?
Scott, do you have an answer to that? Sorry to put you on the spot.
No problem.
And Scott, by the way, I want to be perfectly clear. This is not picking on you, at all.
You just picked a random page.
This is a random one, and it's the way we do. It's the way we do our budgets. We just kind of take 26 budget.
We went from $18,000 in labor in 25, and we were budgeted $31,000. We try to hire summer help. It's hard to get summer help to work in the cemetery, so we don't spend that money, and it generally goes back. Material and supplies went up, $32,000 versus $28,000 in FY25. We had to buy new lowering equipment.
Yep.
I mean, that's what happens. If you look in 25, there was $5,000 worth of overtime. In 26, there was $9,000. And it's more people getting buried on the weekends. You know, the process of budgeting is to look back over the past 5 or 6 years, throw away the anomalies, and put the rest together, understanding that you know, salaries go up. These are seasonal employees. You give them a 50-cent raise a year, and you escalate it, because if I underrun the budget, I can't bury someone in June. If I overrun it, I can't bury someone in June. If I underrun it, it goes to free cash. So the last thing I want to do is to go to appropriations and ask them for $6,000 so a resident can be buried at Kaiser Cemetery. So we budget conservatively, and what's not used at the end gets returned to free cash. That's how free cash
Totally.
is built up the way it is, a portion of it.
Totally. And I think this is symbolic of every department is conservative. And
Yeah.
And when you get into how we go and say all of a sudden we're just going to take our 26 budget to determine 27 budget, and you can see it in totality, what we're doing is we're not having it reflect actuals. And we can have another example. I mean, the Board of Health, page 42. That one, and again, to Scott's point, we have $40,000 budgeted more than we've ever spent. In the cemetery example, $180,000 to $220,000. In this one, we've spent $173,000, $203,000. Our budget's $247,000. Our 27 budget's escalated off of 26 is $254,000. We spent $99,000 in the first 6 months. And I'm looking at this, and there's another potential, a range up to $50,000. And maybe you don't want to take the $50,000, but maybe you want to take 20. Maybe you want to take 30, and maybe you want these budgets to be more closer represented to what they actually run, so we can return that money back, and then have a lower number to work off rather than taking our budget and just increasing our budget, because that is causing a lot of conservatism in all these budgets.
Yeah.
Outside the big ones. This is the
Right. And I absolutely understand your point, but we also don't want to be in an operating deficit where we're coming mid-year to ask for reserves in order to fund our budget. I understand your scrutiny of it, absolutely, and, you know, we can look much closer, but we did ask our departments, you know, budget very, very carefully this year and make sure, you know, it's all need-based, it's required.
I'm not suggesting anything wrong or nefarious.
Yeah.
Like some are really close. I'm like, oh man, that's pretty good. That's pretty close. And I'm not trying to get too precise, but there's some that are just like if there were percents next to it, and you look at like percent growth off of like, you know, the highest year over the last 5 years that you've had actuals on, you'd see big numbers.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at, so like these aren't trying to nitpick and say that you're going to try to tie someone's hand, and I'd be more open to have something in like appropriations reserves that can be done via email or something to put. But what I hear a lot in the select board is, I got the budget. And I'm like, well, is that good? Like, should we, like, sometimes, like, shouldn't we have to force some of these conversations? Like, the select board voted to go and do these sidewalk signs, and we just said, we'll take it from this, and it wasn't hard to take from this budget, but we took it from road maintenance from that one. I do like those forcing conversations of what you're going to trade off when you bring something, because this is a real opportunity. There's hundreds of thousands of dollars we could return back to residents if we take a really thoughtful approach and go this department by department. And that's what I would like to see our approach be in the next 12 months. And I'd like to see that level of conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I expected it I expected to have it on this go around.
Well, and I think it really did happen. And if you have specific questions, I would definitely like them, because I'd like to look into that line item further, and we can get you back a response to.
They're just very, I mean, some of this, like, they're very just they're very easy to diagnose if you just look at the total and you look at the last 4 years of actuals and you look at our budget, our 6-month spend, our 27 budget, of where we just kind of keep doing the same thing and budgeting because all these add up when you've got 66 different budgets. All of these things add up, and it adds up to hundreds of thousands of dollars by just taking by just having a review. And if it's not reviewed, you get a budget like this that we're not optimizing how much we can take out of it.
Well, I have a specific one.
Sure.
And since Scott is still here, it's under the Highway Administration. So it says travel mileage. In 2023, it was $1,253. Then 2024 actual was $755. 2025 was $650. And budgeted for 2026 is $4,500, and same for 2027. So, like, those kinds of really kind of numbers that stand out, it'd be nice to know why the escalation. That's a pretty big increase.
What page are you on?
So I'm on the
FY25 proposed Highway
appropriations guide.
Administration travel mileage is $1,075. Same thing with 26. Same thing with 27. It hasn't changed, I believe, since I've been here, and it's never been expended close to it. I'm happy to lower it. One of the things that's important to remember on some of the budgets in town is the importance of having something available in the event something bad happens. And looking back and doing a 5-year average is wonderful when it's snow and ice and you have the reserve fund of $175,000 to kind of fill that gap. But that gap gets eaten up. That 175 gets eaten up on years like this with the snow and ice. And if we have a boiler that goes down or a well that goes down at the senior center, there's no resources to address that. So we do build contingency in the budget to handle large failures. And I'm not referring to travel and mileage, obviously, but it is an important factor for public works, public safety. It's part of the process. If the desire, as Selectman Ray said, is to go to the reserve fund with the appropriations, that's fine. We do a end of third quarter look back and see what emergencies are needed to address, but that fund needs to be adequate to support it.
Yes.
This year I believe we're going to exhaust that fund with the snow and ice, and it's March, and we haven't seen a mechanical failure somewhere. We spent $40,000 out of nowhere repairing the air conditioning and the HVAC system in the server room 2 years ago. I mean, thank goodness that the taxpayers supported enough resources to fund that emergency repair. Those are the things we plan for.
And Scott, I want to be super clear. Like the goal is not to take that away from anyone. The goal is and MIS is another one. 2027 budget is $920,000. We've never spent more than $730,000 in a working off an $896,000 budget. We just escalated it. So there's a level of scrutiny in the departments where we can look.
We fixed that. Yeah.
I just think there's some more context that needs to be talked about because, I mean, I tried to explain it before. Using that report alone to make those conclusions is going to be kind of problematic because of the issue with the encumbrances. So what I would do is compare that to the closeouts for the department and see if there's actually a closeout for that department for the year. And that doesn't show on the budget report. That budget report's really just there to demonstrate what's being requested for 27 line items.
The actuals are accurate.
The actuals are accurate for what happened within that fiscal year, but if there was a contract outstanding, and again, this is in the weeds of municipal accounting, but we're required to account for the carryover that touches 1 year's budget and in a separate set of accounts, and it's, again, nobody knew you were going to be using the report that way exactly, so those are the numbers that show up in the budget reports, but they're talked about generally when we meet with the departments. So, you mentioned Board of Health. I know there's there's one account within there that typically doesn't get spent, but it's because the state regulates the town with regard to the landfill, and it's probably the landfill testing that you're seeing. And again, the other thing I would point out is, and forgive me if I'm treading the same ground that Scott just mentioned, but we're not lawfully allowed to overexpend these budgets. I mean, that's how, the municipal budget municipal accounting is designed to be a conservative, because we can't lawfully go over these budgets, and we have to conservatively budget revenues. So it leads to generating, free cash at the end of the year, whether good or bad.
What about the example Scott gave? You go over a budget, hit reserves. I think what I'm trying to demonstrate is the fact you have a look-back period of years, the timing of the calendar years washes out. And it's budgets that are 30% higher than we've ever spent in the past 3 or 4 years. And by all means, am I not saying, hey, look at all the answers, here's the answer keys. I'm saying, hey, here's the conversations we should have with our departments when we're budgeting as an appropriations committee.
But what I think would be fair is to ask what your questions are, because these are being up in totality, like we didn't have these conversations. I don't know what we're talking about right now.
What do you mean?
I don't know which specific budgets you're talking about.
No, I got all page numbers on the reports and I got the totals, but
we're
not going to solve it here.
Yeah, I was going to say, doing the deep dive is great, right? I think an example of like the mileage thing, okay, there's flexibility there. Other examples, there's explanation to it. So I think this might be better as like a direct example conversation, like what you're finding. Probably most of them have an explanation that they're providing. Maybe there is flexibility and some savings that you're pointing out. I just don't know if going like line by line right now in our open meeting is the best way to go about it, or like if this is a conversation you can have with, because you did the work with Jason and Stephanie to kind of dive through it, and maybe there is something that can be adjusted.
I think when a resident asks me did we take a sharp pencil out and say, did you go over all the budgets, I would say no. And I would...
sorry, go ahead.
No, and so what I'm really trying to get at, and this is an example, and, I'm coming in on like not even a full year on the select board, and this is, to me, there's reasons why I wanted to contribute to the town, and this is one of the reasons why I wanted to contribute to the town. And it's like, okay, how do we think about, process, calendar? What does that look like? What are the expectations? And how do we use our meetings? Like, one of the things on the appropriation committee meetings, a lot of it's rehashing things that have been done, like updates. And then there's the financial planning committee that's doing their own charter. It goes before them as well. And that's all good, but I would much rather dedicate 20 minutes to go over 3 departments and say, hey, go over your budget, what you spent, and understand it. And then, come prepared. Like, these line item reports are awesome. Whatever business you're in, you want to get a report like this and get an understanding of the line item detail, whatever it is in life. So we have this ability to use it for a dialogue, and we haven't done it. So again, like coming into, and we've done things in this town a certain way for a while, that's totally fine. But I think we should look at ways that we can better scrutinize, gain confidence, because I don't have a lot of confidence that we've gone and really scrutinized these budgets. And I think what it does is
we did, and could there be like that was a good example, the moderator. Could he shave $200 off that line? Possibly, but I think there's, with a little bit of flexibility, and we do need a little bit of flexibility because, as you know, in municipal government, this is a complete projected budget. We're always projecting. So it's very difficult. And like I said, I would be more petrified of being in arrears than
I would too. None of this is meant to say we go draconian. It's just saying, hey.
No, I understand your point.
And how do we go, and if it's not in this budget, how do we make sure we have a reserve or something to tap into but the more we just increasing the existing budget, that is just, it's easier for us not to scrutinize the things come before us. Like there's a hygiene here that I think can help the town that's not in place right now.
Scott has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to give a quick example of what Jason was touching on about encumbrances. On page 37 of the Munis expenditure report, that is the highway construction and maintenance line. We have in 2025 under actuals, if you look at roadway maintenance, is 33.7. It was $362,000 of encumbrance that year for the paving contractor to do additional roadway work after July 1st. So that's not reflected here. That was a contract that we engaged in. We commit to doing $300,000 a year in roadway construction. That is not reflected there. So when you see an operating budget in FY25 of $1.85 million in highway CM, but you look at the report at 1.48, it looks like we're 400,000 under, but we're not. We signed a contract with the contractor in the spring to pave the roads. He didn't get them all done in the spring. So after July 1st, they do some more paving, and it has to be encumbered, and that's not presented in this report. So there's a certain amount of context, I think, that just a general accountant would, Jason does amazing numbers. Thank you, Jason. You support all the departments very well whenever we ask for something. But there needs to be context filled into a general accounting ledger that I wanted to try to help clarify a little bit.
Thank you. And I think the whole point here is for us to understand the context. And, and so I think people are getting nervous because it's 9:45 already. But moving forward, when is the best time for the select board to ask these specific questions?
I would say it was during appropriations presentations.
And again, we're not dedicating the time as currently prioritized to do the level of conversation within the budgets. In fact, even when we started talking budget stuff, I was like, where are the rest of the budgets? And you're like, oh, don't worry about those. And I'm like, that was the vibe.
I
did not say, hey, we got these ones that
those.
are really meaty. That's great. But what about the other ones? And then I was asking to try to get a level of understanding and insight into what makes up all the roll-ups we see.
Yeah.
And I think if we don't organize ourselves in those meetings to accomplish those things, I watched them all at 1.3x speed.
But that's when you go to appropriations or you contact Scott and you say, hey, Scott, can we see more detail?
Candidly, I was waiting for it to happen. I'm like, oh, we must go over this. Like, who's going over all of our operating budgets? The answer is no committee and not the select board.
Yeah, I mean, we internally went through the smaller departments. Their main focus was on
we didn't meet. We've never met with the moderator, to be fair. So that's a good find.
That was an easy little illustration, but yeah.
Right.
But yeah, we do meet with all the departments, and we do look at the line items. And generally, our approach is not that, if there was a $300 that hadn't been spent in the past and they thought they might need it, if it's something fairly insignificant like that, there's a level of materiality to it that we look at. And, we want these budgets to be sufficient for people for their activities because the legality of not being able to overexpend a budget. And again, one of the challenges this year, and forgive me, Madam Chair, I'm just going to talk a little bit more in the weeds about this, but one of the challenges we're going to be facing is because of the levy capacity this year. We've always been able to find sources to transfer from for the snow and ice overage. This year, we've always had a difficult winter with the snow removal and so forth. We're over budget by about $300,000 the last time I checked. I haven't gone back and looked. That was a while back that I looked. I don't know if more bills have been paid or not. Scott might know off the top of his head. He's got his hand up. But typically, the entire reserve fund gets used to cover the deficit in snow and ice. The backstop to that is if you don't have sources to transfer from is rolling it over as a deficit to the next year, and it gets raised in the next year's tax rate. And given that we have $30,000 showing on our, if we end up with $30,000 on the, unused levy capacity, we'd have a deficit. We'd have to call a special town meeting to cut the budget, or, hopefully have enough local receipts that we could boost even further to cover that deficit if we needed to raise it. So it's generally not abnormal for there to be a little bit extra in a budget somewhere, but again, when Steph and I met with department heads, it's typically with the eye of, not trying to slash it to the bone, but to make sure it's adequately provided for. And again, like the small materiality issue, comes to light.
Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had the financial summit in the summer, and I was asked by one of the select board members for some detailed backup on the operating budget. And the FY26 Public Works operating budget, it's like 45 pages or so, in backup was provided. And everything is in there, like the amount of money we spend on mulch, the amount of money we spend on uniforms, stipends, gasoline, streetlights, every single line item was backed up, and I'm always available to speak with any board or committee member to go over those documents in detail. They're developed year after year after year, no different than any other appropriate business management task that I've done in the past as a consultant, and I'm happy to sit down without, open meeting one-on-one if that's their desire to do that. So, again, it may be a little late because we're near town meeting, but please, the door is open. Let Steph know, and I'm happy to go over everything.
Thank you. So how about this? I think we, our goals were very specifically that we were going to really watch the finances of the town. We can all agree on that, right? What about if, in the fall, every meeting we have a department kind of just catch us up on where they are with expenditures, and we get to do a deep dive at that point for the next budget cycle.
So that would be like the summit.
Well, not, Jacob, did you want to say something? Not really the summit, but yeah.
I was just trying to find a good place to share an idea.
Okay. This is idea sharing time. Good.
It's along the lines of what you're saying, though. So, and I'm processing everything that Scott and John. And by the way, I really I know I said it before. I appreciate the way Scott has adapted his way of working with us. I know we're all a little bit different, and I'm quirky, and we're all a little different. I really appreciate Scott's adaptability, and Jason as well, and y'all, everybody. But and so I'm agreeing with a lot of what John's saying, but I don't think he is saying we're criticizing Jason, we're criticizing Scott, we're criticizing anyone. It's the how do we figure out, and maybe it's learning lessons this year and doing better next year. But when we get to town meeting and people are going to say who looked at the Munis report and challenged line items on this, we need to be able to say we did, or we could, or we did at least where we could. And because what I'm also hearing Jason say is this Munis report doesn't tell the whole story, and I understand what he's saying about that. He said we need to close out reports for more information, and on any given line item, there may be something that the department head foresees that isn't visible, obviously, on here. Like, just as an example, and this is maybe not a great example, but the you guys were talking, and I was actually looking at the $20,000 of testing for the Board of Health, and then you guys mentioned maybe that's statutorily required. I know the testing is required, but I also looked at the last 3 or 4 years, and it had never been over 12,000. And so I'm just thinking, if history has been it's never been over 12,000, why jump to 20,000?
No, this year is different because there's the fall and spring monitoring, so that's why it increased this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and I don't mean to get too hung up on it, because the I'd say the big picture challenge that we're trying to help solve for the town is we, I trust our Board of Health, our health agent, our town administrator, that these things probably do have answers for every question we have. At the same time, we don't know what the answers are, and citizens may not know. And so if we don't ask, they don't know. They're not going to, so it's, and I'm not saying we proactively need a detailed report on every single thing, because then that's going to take, many, many hours. And so it's not an obvious answer of what to have, how to solve this. But one thing that did jump out in my mind when Scott was talking about how sometimes there's an encumbrance from a prior period, I call to mind the financial reports that Colliers has been giving, at least was giving for a while, on the fire station project. And I liked their format because it said, like, here's what we plan to spend in this category. Here's what's currently contracted to spend in that category. Here's what we've already invoiced, like bill paid. And here's like what is committed but not under, it kind of like, here's what's been committed but not spent yet. And here's what we anticipate but hasn't been committed yet. And maybe that's too much administrative work. But at some level, I think that those kinds of details could help answer those questions without us having to, sit and pepper someone for half an afternoon with questions, or to spend hours on board meetings asking the questions. So that's one thing that comes to mind. A second one that comes to mind is just quantitatively wise. And Mr. Charpentier, please do not read this as a criticism. Just quantitatively wise, there's a lot of dollars in the various DPW budgets that are under categories like contracting. And I know there's a lot of contracting done, and I'm not criticizing the contracting that's done. It's just that it doesn't answer the question of, like, well, what actually are those dollars spending for? I trust they're being spent for good things, under a good process, under the good oversight of our director, but it's still, well, what if I want to know what it was spent on? And I know if I ask Scott, he'll tell me. But I'm just like, what's a good way to improve the process? I think that's the question at least that I'm asking. I don't know if it's the same question that you're asking.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And we will take any of your questions and provide answers. Would be more than happy to, and that's an education process as well.
Yeah, I mean, and if I may. And that's where I think it's where it might be appropriate for, like John going through the details, has questions, we're getting a lot of context that's answering a lot of that, but maybe there's something that, okay, there's room here, or there's, oh yeah, something that needs to be looked at. I think that's certainly appropriate. I don't know if as a board, we would take it on as a task of us as a body to pull in random departments and sort of scrutinize what they're doing. I mean, that's essentially what I think of as the role of Stephanie. She's the town administrator. That's her role to do that. If we have questions or concerns about it, we reach out to her. We can ask those questions the same way John is. Obviously, having that data, having the data that's complete, as Jason pointed out, as Jacob spoke to, that's not complete. So there's even more context there that would maybe answer a lot of this, but that doesn't mean that there's maybe something that can be done. So that's my thing. We have to be sort of strategic with our time, because there's a lot that comes in front of the select board. So deep dives into every department maybe isn't appropriate, I think, for us as a board, or even sort of randomly picking them, right? The heavy hitters, school department, police, fire, that may be appropriate, but to kind of deep dive everything as a board, maybe not. But for a member to go through and say, like, hey, I got a question about this, or that doesn't look right, or why this, I mean, yeah, that's completely appropriate. I just don't know if it's best to do it during our board meetings where time is sort of...
Next year, we can at least get you the documents, and if there's questions, then you can, ask during our normal process of, the operating end of
Well,
it.
right,
but-
and we set the marching, again, with the marching orders, I don't know why I keep saying that, but, we set the direction, we say, okay, Stephanie, this is how we want you to do it, level services, find this, find that, you go and do it, and then we evaluate that job, and we're going to evaluate it in different ways, because we're different people, and I think we can do that without sort of maybe bogging us down as a group. And I just feel like going department by department may slow us down or take up too much time, where I think you've already done that work, and I think you've done it completely, because a lot of what's being pointed out, when there's additional context added to it, it makes sense. Or the report's not complete, there's more to it, it would make more sense. That doesn't mean what John is looking at isn't valid, or his exercise of looking at those details is not valid. I just think there's explanation there it sounds like for most of it. And it's just a matter of, do we think that you're doing these things, and that's what we're going to evaluate you on, right, when it comes to evaluation time.
Right, and I think a closer relationship and communication with financial planning, with appropriations, what is it that this board is looking for? And that's important for them to know, because then they can ask the questions. They might say, okay, well, that's not important to us. We want to look here, the brunt of the budget. But if you wanted to really look at, different, all town departments, then they would know that, and they would fit that into their schedule.
Jason, our budget's $91.1 million next year.
Yes, in total, yeah. General fund budget.
What did we spend in 25?
What was that?
Do you know what we spent in 25? It's the last few AFO actuals for.
Yeah, that was the report I linked to the site that explains where the free cash was
Yeah,
generated
so like 77.3 or 4.
Yeah, so those numbers, the 91 million includes things like overlay and
Yeah. No, I get it.
and some other things like the
I
capital
do think,
expenditures.
and I think some of this is like, I've got the advantage of perhaps outside of you, Jason, being most familiar with what's in this report by the amount of time I spent on it. And no answers, just questions. And I think that one of the overarching things that just became clear to me, and it's, again, I'm talking without everyone seeing what I'm looking at, is just, if you just look at the spend from 23, 24, 25, and you look at how much more the budget was in 26 than we've ever spent, and then how much more the budget in 27 is built off of 26, and then you look at the 6 months, you just see departments that have a 20, 25% increase. Well, what if that was a 10% increase? Like none of this is meant to go and say, let's get it to zero and create unnecessary bureaucracy to go ask for $1. But it's saying, hey, can we scrutinize this budget? Are there places we could bring it down while still being conservative and giving our departments the flexibility in which they need, or administration the flexibility they need? And I think there's room for opportunity in this, and it hasn't been done.
Well, we said
By the
keep
way,
it.
not a criticism, but I just don't feel like that we've done it yet.
They actually did. When we looked at the budgets, department by department, they came in at even less than 2.9%, which means they really tried.
Anyways, there's room to look at these same facts together. And
Oh,
have a
there's always
conversation.
room,
Yeah.
absolutely.
But I disagree based on 61 notes I made, so that there's not room for taking some dollars out of what's in our budget right here based on what department spends have been historically. I can't tell you that there's 61 things. It might be much less, but and some of the stuff's going to be not material. But that's all. We'd probably spend enough time on this. But
John, can I just say, like, this is usually kind of like the plugging the line items into Munis. That's kind of like the last step that we've typically done in accounting. It's not the first step, because people typically aren't looking at these Munis reports. If you have 60 items that you think are questionable or haven't been looked at, we're happy to look at it. I mean, I would please forward the list to us.
And to be clear,
because
it's total. It's mostly based on total department spend for any one of these 66 pages. Total department spend from 23, 24, 25, and what our 6 months are for 26, plus our 26 budget, and our 27 budget's based off of 26. So it's just looking at that. It's not going in and saying, I don't know why contracting services went up. It's looking and eyeballing the increase in salary and wages, which is fine, but
Well,
then
we
going
can-
into the other stuff.
What I'm saying is we can get this report out earlier if that's helpful. But again, some of these numbers were changing up to the last minute.
No,
this
totally.
year up until Friday. But I mean, if this is useful and you have 60 items that you want to look at, I'm happy to, we're happy
Yeah,
to look at it.
we want
because
to make you feel secure, definitely. It's not a question.
It's probably, maybe I'll set up time, Jason, and just swing through. It's candidly not as like heavy-handed as it might even sound. It's just saying, hey, this budget seems pretty conservative based on the last 3 years of spend. Do you agree? Is there a chance to bring that budget down? Well, you know what? Maybe there is, and we talk about it, and that 91 million has $400,000 of savings in it, and maybe that $400,000 of savings in it reappropriated, given back to taxpayers, but at least gives us a lower budget number to start off for next year, so we're not doing inflated budget over inflated budget.
Oh, I absolutely agree. Yes, make it as,
Scott has a comment. Scott?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I know you don't have the enterprise funds with the packet. Is that correct, Jason?
Right.
That's something that needed to be done. I don't honestly remember if I did it or not.
Okay, I didn't see solid waste. Solid waste is a good example of what encumbrances look like in the 6-month look ahead or look back, I guess. We sign contracts for solid waste collection, disposal, and recycling processing at the beginning of the fiscal year. They total well over $1 million. But if you look at it at the 6-month window, it looks like we've only spent 45% of it, because the rest of it is encumbered under a contract. So you don't see it there. So when you look there, it looks as if we're way underspending our budget. And if you look at it, 3 months in, we're at 95% expenditure. 15% expenditure, but we have 95% encumbrances. So there's a lot of data behind the scenes when it comes to line items, and specifically what Selectman Jones was saying, contractual services. In facilities, we have a lot of encumbrances in facilities, well over $70,000. Those are contractual services that we're paying for going through the fiscal year that are not shown yet, and they look like we're far underrun. So there's a lot of context behind these munis reports, I think, that should either have light shed on them or an explanation to the concerned elected and appointed officials.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Chair,
Sure.
just so you know, I probably should have asked before I did, because I thought it would ask me before it would. I've got a couple comments from people watching who are a little frustrated that they have no idea what we were talking about. And so I shared my screen just to show the public the document that Member Ray is talking about, not for any particular page of it, but just to try to help out the public who's trying to follow along.
Thanks.
And I did that. If you want to tell me to stop, I'll certainly stop.
I recommend that everyone in the public watching go and download that and look at the report and see if you have any questions.
Are those available?
Jason did say it wasn't the whole story.
But it is
Well,
a public
in terms
document
of that,
that
but-
you can get.
It is
at least
not,
try
yeah.
It always has been.
Yeah, I know.
It was
I mean,
Steph
part of
sent the link.
The minute, yeah.
No, it was public before. It was a link.
Right.
It's a link from, this is included on the proposed budget website. There,
Yes.
it's one of the links. So it's a public document.
No, I know that. I'm
and
just
that's
saying
fine.
that you explained before there's more to explanation. to it.
Correct. I mean, if you're using it to get to the bottom of what was spent in 1 year, it's not obviously.
And Jacob, if you go back to 14422.
Yes, sir. What page is that?
14422, I believe it is page
Down at Highway
37, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so when you look down at 2025 actuals, you'll see that there was $33,000 spent on the second to bottom line, 33.7.
Scott, what page is that?
Roadway maintenance.
Scott?
Yep.
Forget what he said.
37.
Okay.
27? Sorry, thank you.
37.
37?
Yep. That's the one I was talking about earlier, where we had a $360,000 encumbrance for paving that year. The paving contract was signed in FY 2025. It encumbered to FY 26 because paving happens throughout the calendar year. So that does not present another $362,000 that was spent out of the budget for paving roadways. So it looks like we were $400,000 under budget that year when you look at this report out of context. But in context, we had some surplus money in the operating budget. We put it toward the roadways because things happen when you're in construction, and we were able to spend $360,000 on roadway construction that year. But it's not presented here, so it looks like we've significantly underrun the budget.
There's a lot of rich information here. So I think a lot of it's looking at the highest we've ever spent in a year versus what our budget is, and a lot of times there's a huge discrepancy on it. And and by the way, there could be totally good explanations on it. I'm just looking at the totals, and I'm just seeing an opportunity for hundreds of thousands of dollars if we just kind of look at it.
Okay, moving forward,
this was just the example of the testing. Sorry, man. It was the 20,000 budget this year, 20,000 budget last year, but every year of actuals has been 12, 9, 11. That was just the example I mentioned.
Yep, because this year is
before
the
you
monitoring.
take the floor away from me, Madam Chair, and then please do. I had brought this up a couple of times. Somewhere, if I can find the planning department, and again, I'm not trying to pick on anyone at all. It's just that it was the very smart idea of Member Ray to ask the Community Preservation Committee for the $10,000 for the Bewalt Trail feasibility study, which we were told was going to come out of planning. And if I can find it under pressure here, I'll find it.
It's 11175. If that's the R code for planning. If you
which one is it?
11175. If you scroll up to it.
Okay, sorry. Thanks, Jason. Save us all some time. So this one, I believe, the contractual services budget of 15,000. I think is what she told us that she had planned. The planning director, had planned to use up to 10,000 out of that to meet that need, which was, in my opinion, a good idea. But I'm just saying that this board came up with a better idea, and then the CPC helped us out with that better idea. We got it funded. So I'm saying I'm not trying to hurt anyone for having good ideas, but it just seems to me that we don't need that 10,000 in this budget because CPC took care of it. So it would seem to me that you could reduce that 15,000 to 5,000.
I'm not going to speak for her because it is within her budget to use for contractual services. So maybe she used it elsewhere. So I'm not going to say it's still on the table.
I mean, no one's used it. This is 2027 money.
Oh, I thought you were saying this current budget. Okay.
No, she said, I believe what she said, and if I'm mistaken, then I apologize for everybody, to everybody. But what I understood that she was planning on doing was, I thought this was going to be incurred next fiscal year, and now it doesn't have to be.
But it is for contractual services though, so she does use that budget line quite often for different contractors.
Yeah, I know, and we took care of a $10,000 problem, so they need $10,000 less in the budget. It's just a simple math thing. It's not trying to pick on anyone. That's if we solved a 10,000 problem over here that was going to be solved over here, then why can't we check that the problem is having been solved over there? That's my question.
Okay, here's what I recommend. Would you meet with John and go over the questions? And then can you report back to us at our next meeting? And actually, I'd love to be at that meeting. That's not a quorum, so.
That'd be great.
Do you have time?
Sure.
We can do it like a late Tuesday.
But I would just request that you get your questions ahead of time so we can prepare and be ready for the meeting.
Is that okay?
Is that okay?
I said yes.
Okay.
Okay, all right. We'll bring coffee, okay?
Yeah.
All right. Is that okay with you, John?
It works.
Okay. All right. So then let's keep moving forward here. All right. So the school budgets. Let's do those. Let's do pre-K through 8, Algonquin, Assabet. We had a presentation tonight. Are there any questions or concerns on that? All right. What about water and sewer, solid waste, revolving funds? Any questions about that? Okay.
Have we seen that? It was probably in all the links that were sent.
What was that?
The
Solid waste.
solid waste enterprise fund stuff and the enterprise funds for water and sewer and solid waste.
Yeah, the,
Those were in the appropriations packet, I think.
yeah, they were.
Okay. Appropriations Committee Reserve Fund, what is that?
That's what we were just discussing, is that's the fund that's set aside. It's a set aside for extraordinary
Emergencies.
unforeseen expenses, so.
Okay, all right.
We
okay.
fund it with free cash and.
Sorry. Sorry about
And the
that.
27 budget's $175,000 for that.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
It's been that for some time.
It was 150 and 26, 225 and
Yeah,
424.
so again, some of the nuance there, John, is that it was originally 175, but there was a transfer made before the budget printouts.
Cool with that.
Okay. This is to establish the school stabilization fund or stabilization fund contribution. Any questions on that? Comments? Senior tax.
Madam Chair, we'll vote on it later. I have my reservations about it, but I think we should put it on here. I've stated my reservations, and so I'm not going to say them again.
For the school stabilization fund?
Yeah, I'm not going to get in the way of putting it on the warrant article, at least to move to the next step.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to say that I had reservations about any special stabilization funds, like I said last time.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but at the next meeting is when we vote.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
One question. If we were to add an article for a safer stabilization fund, would it fall within these these groups of articles?
Yes, the budgetary articles, yep,
Okay,
financial
so it
and
would probably
budgetary.
be somewhere around that bottom area
Yep.
as far as the number? Okay.
Okay, but we're closing the town meeting warrant tonight. You can
Right.
reopen it.
That's what I'm saying. We could reopen it,
Yeah.
add it, and then close it.
Okay.
Votorama, I think what they call it.
Alternatively, if it was a citizen petition, no, we can't accept any more citizen petitions.
No, not once we close the
Okay.
article.
All right.
I mean.
Are there any questions on the CIP articles?
I guess a procedural question.
Okay.
So, some of these, the Financial Planning Committee has unanimous votes on 5060 not supporting an article. By doing this, what does that mean? Like, should we have that conversation now, or do we just close it and can we reopen it after if we choose to take something off?
I mean, you
Procedural.
can reopen the warrant articles. Yes, you can.
Because it's more, and maybe it's a technical question. Like, my understanding was if there was like a unanimous vote by the Financial Planning Committee
Yep.
or appropriations, and we had a unanimous vote, that doesn't become a warrant article at that point. We're not going to put it in front of the town.
No, we do.
You could. It's just showing the voters how they're supporting or not supporting an article.
Then, I guess, so what, if no one supports an article, do we have to put it on for the town to vote on if there's zero support for it?
That's such a, it's such a political question because a lot of people say it should be up to the major body, which is the residents of the town. It's their decision. If I was a resident and none of the committees or the boards supported something, I think I'd think twice before I voted in favor. But again,
Can I
it's.
jump in? Yeah, I totally agree with Steph that it's a political question, but each of us is a political elected person, and we've got to make decisions and live with them. And so I think that if there's leaving outside citizen petitions because the law dictates, and as I said before, when the chair of the CPC was with us, leaving aside that I will agree to defer even if I don't know how our vote will come. But I will agree, I'm not going to make an issue over the CPC articles. But if there's a capital article that Financial Planning Committee said no, hypothetically, if we say no, I'm like, I would encourage this board to have the courage of saying, don't put it on the warrant article, because as elected officials, we're in charge of the warrant for the town meeting. 4-day town meeting is not going to work. So if we can take out an article that doesn't seem to be support from the people who've been asked, I don't want to waste time at town meeting. But then the next question is, can we close the warrant today and then decide to take something off if, when we vote, we don't get support and we want to take it off? So we close the warrant, nothing can be added. But if we close the warrant, can we subtract?
I believe we could, right?
We might have to reopen.
So why close the article tonight again? Remind me why we would do that tonight. Because it sounds like we need to take a vote to get to these steps. We need to take a vote of support, which we're doing next meeting. So there could be an item that gets no support from financial planning and gets no support from the select board. Then we have a conversation about, does this go to town meeting? But that vote our physical vote is, say, taking place next meeting. So what's the reason behind closing it?
It's just a signal that there can be no new incoming articles.
From who?
Anyone.
Even a citizen petition?
If we close it, then we can't get any more.
But then next meeting.
And we can reopen it
that's what I'm saying.
at our next meeting.
Okay,
Yes. Yeah.
Whatever article gets no
Right.
support from a committee and no support from our board. So we're going to have a conversation about possibly not sending it to town meeting. We could simply take a vote to reopen it.
Correct.
Discuss it, take a
Yep.
vote, and then if it was to be removed at the end of that board meeting, we would just close the warrant.
Absolutely, yep. Because what people don't realize is it depends on what their proposal is for a warrant article, but in some cases, we have to do a ton of research, we have to
Right,
go
no,
to
I think
town
there's
council,
value
so,
in
yeah.
control, and us asserting control over it. Just
Right.
want to make sure that if we have flexibility which I think we do, and it sounds like we do, so.
It's the deadline set by counting back from town meeting date.
Okay.
Yeah, but wait, hold on.
There's a sidebar.
I remember there being one.
Right, because I know there's timing, but I didn't think.
So if it's not done tonight, it's not within, I don't even know.
Wait, are you sure it's not April 6th? 40 days before the annual town meeting, we have to close the warrant.
Yep.
Okay.
You have to close it, but can you reopen it?
You can
Okay,
reopen it.
so basically we have
And
to
actually,
close it.
I
Damien
think we're not even,
just said
no, they can't.
you
take it
can't
off.
take off articles after you close.
You could pass over them at town meeting.
Yeah, exactly, you can pass over, right. But 40 days before annual town meeting.
Are we at 40 today? Approximately?
That would be, let's see, hold on.
What is it, April 27th is the?
Yep, April 27th, so.
May 1st is 40 days from now.
Date calculator.
Yeah, what is this, 40 days? Let me, hold on.
We're past the window.
She said once it's closed.
I think you are past.
Yep, according to Google.
Hold on a minute.
Diane, I'm sorry, what are you recommending?
This probably should have happened last week to be within the 40 days, because I don't think today is.
Okay.
Meaning,
But we still violated 40-day.
But it's posting the warrant, which is the most she's going to call me, which is the most integral point, which it's 2 weeks before the town meeting. This is our procedural timeline for the town. Oh, hold on.
Do we need like a 2-minute recess for you? Or you're...
Yeah, that's fine. Who cares? Damien, can I put you on speakerphone at the select board meeting? Okay. We just need to clarify this. I need to get these things done. Okay, so the question is, Diane just gave me, it was our procedural timeline, and it said 40 days before annual town meeting, you have to close the warrant. But obviously, that would have been May 1st. We don't need to close. We need to post. The most important thing is posting 2 weeks in advance, correct?
Correct.
So could we close it tonight and reopen next meeting, which is April 6th?
You could, but you're probably going to get a lot of pushback from town council. They need time. We're really pushing the limit.
Okay, and then another question, if we were going to take off anything, we would have to take it off at this meeting?
Correct.
Okay.
Once the warrant's closed, there's no changing anything. You can change the wording of articles. The articles only need to be a description. It doesn't have to be the full wording. But
right.
Once it's closed, you cannot remove. You just have to pass over it.
Okay.
And we didn't close the warrant right last meeting. We didn't take that vote.
Correct.
Election? Okay.
Right. Okay, all right, that's good. So, yeah, I mean, the number one thing in my head was posting at least 2 weeks ahead of time. And we gave that dead drop date of April 13th.
13th, right.
Yep.
That's the last day it can be posted, yep.
Okay.
And Steph, just while
Yep.
I have her on the phone, how does that come into play for possible addition of articles like for Bartlett or, say, for stabilization?
So, if we want, remember the Bartlett fine?
Yes.
Okay, so we want to add that in, so we'd have to add that in tonight, in close tonight?
Correct.
Yep, okay. And just like anything, she said, you could pass over if something happened, or if we didn't have the final, but, I mean, we pretty much have it figured out, I think.
And town council will help with the wording.
Yes, yep, exactly. All right, is there anything else?
No. So just to be clear, we have to close tonight. And so basically that's going to accelerate our discussion here. We'll just identify things that we want to add or have any concerns about. We'll close it, and then next meeting we vote on what we want to say we support.
Yeah, because next meeting they were going to take votes on all the articles, but
Yeah, whether they endorse or not, which is completely fine. At that point, it should be ready to go, basically, other than maybe a few small edits from town council.
okay.
And then just a question as we're
Yeah.
talking through this. So if we choose to be conservative and leave some of these things on, rather make a decision tonight and not take them off, we have the option to pass over those at town meeting and say, like, for instance, if
So
there's a
let's just
capital-
say it was, a capital item at town meting. We could just say,
We recommend
We
passing
recommend
over, but
passing
someone
over.
can say no.
Exactly, yeah.
but could somebody say, no, we want to
Discuss.
it?
Yeah, they could, but the moderator could decide right then and there, no, we've decided to pass over that article, and he'd have the right to do so. But chances are, of somebody wanting to raise something on a capital item to say, hey, let's spend more money when the select board chose not to, is probably not going to happen.
Okay, that's good.
That seems a reasonable plan.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. I'm going to bed, guys. Have fun.
Good night. Sleep tight. Okay, bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay, so this makes it easier for us moving forward on this particular discussion. So you've all reviewed this. Is there anything that you have concerns about that you want to talk about leaving in or taking out?
Well, we also, have to talk about adding in.
Okay, so I guess we should have a vote on whether or not we want to add in an Article 48, which is to change the fines for commercial parking on Bartlett Street.
Yep.
Is it just Bartlett Street or is it town?
Lyman. He said Bartlett and Lyman.
Bartlett
Okay,
and Lyman.
but okay, cool. I wasn't sure. Yep, I wasn't sure if it would just be town-wide, anywhere signed, or if that had a sign, or if it would be, I don't care. Or if it
I
would
think
be
he's
just Bartlett.
being specific because of the signage that's needed and the problematic areas.
The only concern I remember talking with Chief on last time is his concern about someone, well, it's commercial, of the commercial problem moving a little bit, and then all of a sudden it's on like.
Oh, yeah, he named 2 streets that he was concerned about.
I do remember hearing value in just making it town-wide when signed.
But just installing on Bartlett and...
Yeah, we're not going to have no commercial vehicles all over town, just in areas we want to enforce, I would think.
We can talk it through, but we could call it commercial...
We don't need to be specific on the warrant. We can get the language correct.
Right.
Commercial parking restriction is the warrant article, and then we could change the.
Yep.
Then we could change the language to make sure it has the intended.
Oh, Chief's got his hand up.
Oh, there he is.
Here.
Hi, Chief. Would you like to help us out with this?
Yeah, when I was doing some research, I did think of that too. Do we make it a townwide thing? And I think on the memo that I sent to you folks, I think I added something to the effect of streets could be added, at a later time. I did think of doing like a lot of our industrial areas, such as Forbes Road, Barefoot Road, and things like that. It just really adds to the cost of things.
Yep.
When we're talking about signage and things like that, and we're not having the issues on those streets right now, knock on wood. The really problematic areas are Lyman Street and Bartlett Street. So that's why I kind of decided to kind of really just isolate it to those 2 streets for now. But I believe on the memo, and I don't have it in front of me, I think I put something where the select board could add, in a future, if we have to make an amendment to this at a future town meeting.
That's really helpful. The only thing I was thinking about is if it would have unintended consequences if it was on a residential street.
Yeah,
That's what I got a little
landscaping trucks. What is it?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it goes back to that whole, when we were discussing in the Traffic Safety Committee meeting about a year ago when we were talking about these issues where residents on Jenkins Drive wanted no parking signs. And I sort of discouraged it because that would mean if you're having that barbecue at your house and there's the, no parking sign, we would have to enforce it, for your guests. It's just it's a slippery slope. I kind of left it at those 2 streets for now and see how it goes, assuming it gets approved at the town meeting, and kind of, keep an eye on things for next year if we have to add streets.
Perfect.
So will the article specifically say industrial area, Bartlett Street and Lyman Street? It will be
If
specific.
that's, yeah.
Okay.
Where you going with it? Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
that way we can really, like the engine brake regulations on Bartlett Street and Lyman Street, we can erect the signage with, that language where we put the fine amount on the signs, fines up to $300. which that is what it is, right? As said, with the pay scale I recommend would be that second offense is $300, but we advertise it on the signs as up to $300 to kind of really catch someone's eye.
That sounds good.
Okay. All right, so.
Chair, I move that we do that. What we just talked.
So moved. Okay, is there a second? Any more discussion on this?
Just one piece of discussion. I'm in favor of adding it and letting town meeting decide on the bylaw. I would just ask if there was enough of us to have that same level of let's let town meeting decide on the stabilization safer firefighters. That's all.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, Brian, do you still want to say something?
Would Chief Griffin want to present this one, or I don't want to put something on that we don't have anyone who wants to run with it.
Through the chair, I don't mind presenting if that's okay with you folks.
Oh, it's
She's
wonderful.
like, yes.
And anything else you want?
I have a lot of experience and knowledge of the issues going back years, so I'd be happy to talk about it.
Great.
Thanks, Chief.
Okay, so there was a motion made by Jacob, seconded by Laura.
Yep.
Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
John?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Jacob?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So we will add Article 48, and then everything else moves down. Okay. All right. So do you?
Can we get rid of Article 17, the general one? I know to Mr. Tejan's point about the other one, but I don't think any of us have said this, the one that we zeroed out.
No. I mean, I think it's best to keep it there and just to make a point to the taxpayers that we're not contributing this year to.
We're going to waste 5 to 10 minutes of town meeting for something that everyone in this room agrees shouldn't be on here.
Well, we could say pass over, but I just mean don't take it off.
I move that we take off Article 17, stabilization fund contribution from the warrant.
I don't, only because my feeling is this is a staple. It's always on our warrant, and I think it's important.
I think it also is another little indication that we have really tried to work with this budget and make it work to stay under the Proposition 2.5.
Trust me, I'm with you, Jacob. I do not want this to be a 4-night meeting. I just think we should keep it on, but it's up to you guys.
Okay, well, I'll withdraw my motion because I'm respecting Stephanie's strong recommendation here, but I just want it clear that I'm really wanting us to shorten this meeting.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. That's a universal feeling. Okay. All right. So anything else here that we would take off or add?
Yeah, I mean, the other item would be a stabilization fund for the Safer Grant firefighters. I think it's worth it to send to town meeting, to let them decide. The department did want it. They made that clear. It was a very close vote. It was like a bathroom break decided sort of that vote with 6 votes deciding, that 2/3 majority. I think it says something that, there's been talk of the department's view of administration and the board and things that have gone on. I think this would be one way of just sending an article to town meeting of saying, okay, here's something that you've been asking for that we can do, even if we're not. I still think it would be a good idea to maybe use a little bit of free cash as a down payment. But even if it was just on a fund that if they can find room that they could do that. Sending it to town meeting doesn't necessarily mean that you guys support it. We could vote to add it and then you could vote against it. I just feel like it would be good to send the town meeting to just let the people have a vote on it, because again, it was so close last time. And it's something the department asked for again. The plan was to ask for it again, and it didn't make it here. So that's all. I would just ask to add it, even if frankly, even if you don't fully support it, just to let town meeting make that final decision for this year.
Anybody have any thoughts on that? As I have said in the past, this is more than just a stabilization fund. If the town votes for a stabilization fund, they are voting for $1 million, more than $1 million added to the town budget.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, any monies that were saved in that fund could be reallocated. It would just take a vote, I believe.
Well, it's kind of giving the message, like, this is, we're supporting adding $1 million to the budget, and that will be, that's a big conversation.
Well, I mean, I hate to say it, but if there was only X amount funded, maybe it wouldn't be losing 8, it would be losing 4. Yeah, but either way, we still need to
gives the
fund
department
something.
So if we let them open a zero balance checking account that they can try and save some money in to save some of those firefighters, that's essentially like, yeah, I mean, we're not saying that means $1 million is going to be spent. It's just giving them the opportunity that if they find a way within their operating budget that be able to save something similar, the way I look at it, at least similar to how the school is treating theirs, they have a much tighter window. It's just giving them the ability to do it as opposed to, or it's not even giving them the ability to do it. We're asking or sending it to town meeting for them to have the final say. I think there's value in doing that. I think there's value in adding that article and let them have that say. Again, because if it was completely crushed at the last town meeting, it was a difference of 6 votes. I mean, that's,
yeah,
you know,
I
there's
agree.
there's perfect, you know, amount of circumstance that goes involved in that. You know, and again, I can understand arguments against it and why not to, or why you may not support it. And I think you can have, you know, legitimate policy position of that. I just think, again, there's value in, if we're going to add something to increase parking fines on Bartlett, that I think this is as worthy of adding and at least giving them the opportunity to save some of their own operating budget for their employees who are going to, you know, and then we're going to have a bigger conversation, a huge conversation about that amount of salary coming on to a tough budget. Budgets aren't getting any better with age, right? This doesn't lock us into anything. This just gives us the ability to maybe have some money to, as Stephanie said, if you can't save 8, you could save 4, you could save 1, you could save 2, or whatever makes sort of scheduling sense. You know, I think there is the data, as they were pointing out, that they have been an asset to the town, that they've increased public safety. But there's hard numbers and hard dollars, and we have to make hard decisions. And we may not be able to save any of them, right? That may be the policy decision that we make. This just at least gives them the opportunity to possibly set something aside to try and keep some of that. And it at least sends it to town meeting for them to make that decision for this year's town meeting. So I know there's not a lot of appetite from you guys to do it. So that's.
But you persist.
I
It's a filibuster.
Except, you know, it's fun though.
I mean, I do enjoy. I do find your charming style. Can we get a thumbs up?
I've never really been called charming all that often.
No, charming style,
so that's all. I mean, you know, I wasn't totally on board necessarily with like the Bartlett stuff and had some questions about it, but you know, I can agree. We have to make a decision tonight. It's either adding or we're not going to be able to add it. So okay, let's add it. Let's go. And that's what I'm just asking. Let's just add it. It opens up a zero balance checking account that they can maybe save something in and save one of their fellow firefighters' positions for at least, you know, however long that is.
Okay, John's dying to speak.
All right, I will end my filibuster.
Your position is abundantly clear, and I think saying it over and over again doesn't make it more clear. It's abundantly clear. I think one thing that I don't think we're saving firefighters. I think if you look at the amount of like attrition we've had in the fire department and we'll have in the fire department, they're homes for folks in this fire department. We've lost some have been in the paper, some have been just lost to moving and things like that. So I don't see it, and there's a firefighter shortage. So I don't see this about saving the firefighters. But I do think we send a signal to the town that we've accepted it if we put it on there. And I think we have to have a robust debate, and we're going to lull the town asleep if we start to put this on there. And we're going to, the narrative of we've made this decision because we've been funding this. Why would we fund this? We made the decision. I wanted a clean conversation. I want it not to be encumbered by other things when we get to the point in which we need to have it.
Right, but it's not even we haven't even made a decision to fund it. It's just giving them the opportunity, like the schools, to try and save something so that they can make their budget work when these salaries come on. It's not saying we're going to keep those salaries. You're not lulling anyone to sleep when it's $1 million plus coming onto your budget. Like that, we're going to have a hard conversation around that. I think the data points out, the data that was forwarded that we've seen shows that they've had an impact to public safety, that it's worth, if we could afford it, it's worth keeping them on. We may not be able to, and that's a discussion down the road when they come off the grant. So I just, again, not to belabor the point and continue it, I just don't entirely agree with the way you lay it out, which is probably vice versa, but yeah.
So what you're saying is that by trying to fund a stabilization fund is going to kind of muddy the waters when we have.
It will, and I mean it very, like when we said the SAFER grant, there's no decision being made right now. We're doing the SAFER grant, and then it becomes like, narrative is, you made a decision, why do the SAFER grant? And if you have something labeled firefighter stabilization fund, that narrative in the context of that will change. And it doesn't change. We can't put a dent in it in terms of the dollars we need. Let's have an authentic conversation about if and how many versus just trying to do this thing in a way that I think undermines the transparency of people, because not everyone will follow it as closely as that the select board is.
Right. So we're going to have to make a hard value judgment and say, okay, the increase in public safety is important and the call response and everything, but we've got a hard dollar limit. So there's only so many that we can afford to keep on. But now we've got this little bit, so however many that may be, it may not be 8, it may be 2, it may be 3. Now there's this fund, because all we said was, okay, go open a zero balanced account and maybe you can save something in it. We're not even talking about funding it, even though I think that would be a good idea. So here's that amount, and now that even smaller amount becomes more impactful because, okay, public safety wise, this is a good number that makes sense, and dollar amount, this is what makes sense. And now you've got an account where for full 8 of them, yeah, that looks really small. But for 3 or 4, it packs a little bit more of a punch and makes it a little bit more affordable. So
for a limited time.
Yeah, for a limited time. I mean, yeah, it would have been more impactful had there been like 7 more votes the other way, right? And we had this done a little bit sooner. It would be more impactful if there's free cash available that could have been allocated to it, but that's not the case. So again, it's just the school article is just to open the account, and then in later years they're going to see where they have operating budget that they can maybe save in that. It's essentially, I'm just asking for the same thing that the schools are for this specific need. They're doing it for special education. This would be for funding of salaries for those 8 firefighters. And if it's 4, well, then it means a little bit more. If it's, it's not saying that we've committed ourselves policy-wise because we haven't made that decision yet. This is just giving them the opportunity to try and save for it, whatever that is. And if it ends up being 0 and there's money in there, it just gets reallocated. It's a vote to
Jacob has his hand up
to move the money.
Oh, okay. Jacob, thank you.
I totally respect where Mike's coming from, and I understand his position, and I don't disagree with fundamentally his goal to help support and signal positive signals to our fire department. I want to signal those signals too. I have a disagreement on how we do that. And when we say, for example, mathematically, if we say open up a checking account, a metaphorical checking account for them to save their pennies by saving in operating budgets so that they can save toward this goal of funding the deficit that will come in a year and a half. But if we don't do it, if we don't do the stabilization fund, And they still save money in the operating budget, which we anticipate everyone would be responsible anyway, regardless if they have some savings goal. Then that money goes back to free cash. And from free cash, we could then allocate it, like we did this year, toward the operating budget to meet the need. So we can accomplish exactly what you're saying without a stabilization fund. One. Two, we've proven this year that working together, we five and all of the great support staff and town employees that work to make this thing work, we have surmounted, not to pat ourselves on the back, some pretty difficult budget problems this year, over 1.8 million of a deficit, and we found solutions. I have no doubt that we can find a solution to this when we need to find the solution to this. And I'm not a big fan of pre-taxing ourselves for a future problem, because if we were going to do that, Jason showed us $200 million of future problems that we could pre-tax ourselves for. And are we making stabilization funds for all of those? We're going to have a new Peasley school. Should we start saving up for the impact that that's going to have? No, we'll pay the bill when the bill comes due. And when it comes, we'll work together like we have here and find solutions. And I believe we will be able to find a solution. I know that there's justification for keeping all 8 of these. In fact, they would like us to hire more. I have seen the reports. I've seen the analyses that were mentioned earlier. I know that they have justification for not just keeping the 8, but adding. I'm not giving an opinion on that. But the point is there's a scenario where we keep the 8, we find a way to pay for it, but fiscal year 2027, when they're fully funded, isn't the year to have that discussion. That's my point.
So I would just say that to put an end to it, I'd like to make a motion. You can second the motion without supporting it, and then we just to go on, go on the record to take a vote.
Okay.
So I make a motion to add to the article to the warrant to establish a stabilization fund for the Safer Grant firefighters.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, motion made by Mike, seconded by Jacob. Laura, how do you vote?
I don't know. I'm really torn on this one. I understand where you're coming from. And they're going to have to come up with their money on their own?
Yeah, my motion is just to open the stabilization fund.
Yeah, the on your own, I'm not sure is accurate. But they're going to have to prioritize funding that.
Right.
Because they spend the budget we give them and then have this other revolving thing that I'm going to get smarter about.
I don't feel comfortable voting for this. I'm sorry.
So I think that's a no. Jacob, how do you vote?
No.
John?
No.
Mike?
Aye.
I'm afraid I vote no, too. Okay. All right, then. Any other articles we need to talk about? No? Okay. All right, then. I think we need a motion to close the warrant, don't we? Where are our motions?
Oh, no,
Madam
I
Chair,
was like, this
I
is.
move that the board vote to close the 2026 annual town meeting warrant.
Second.
Any other discussion? Okay, Jacob, how do you vote?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Okay, so the warrant is closed.
Okay.
Whew. Okay, next, fire chief update, the search.
Yes, so John Perro Consulting was hired to run the search and the assessment center, and he I would say 2 months from when we signed on with him, so probably, let me think, so that's March, April. April, probably the beginning, well, around May. It would be hopefully, within the realm of the assessments and final picks. What was I going to say? The only thing we have to do, March 30th, the fire chief is officially retired, so we would have to choose an acting chief. I recommend the deputy chief, and I gave Julianne, the chair, a template for an appointment. So basically, the deputy would report directly to the town administrator, should meet regularly, at least weekly, to review departmental operations. The deputy could also, if requested, be part of the meetings with the select board. Under there's Mass General Law, Chapter 48, Section 42, which is the nature of the appointment. So it basically means it's not deemed a permanent position. It's just a temporary position for acting chief. Compensation, receive a temporary stipend equal to 5% of the base salary. Benefits, he'll continue to receive all benefits associated with his position as deputy fire chief. Upon the conclusion, upon the appointment of a permanent fire chief or upon termination of this acting appointment by the town, you shall return to the position of deputy fire chief. At will status, this acting appointment is made at the discretion of the town and may be modified or terminated at any time by the town administrator with or without cause. So that's the template agreement I have. I have copies if anyone wants to look at it further. But
I passed.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Passed it that way. You can pass it to
So
Laura.
sorry, can you just confirm what you meant? What was the May date?
May date. So I
At the
would.
beginning, you said hopefully by May we'll have.
We will have the candidates.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
And the last date of service for Chief Prunty, is that the 30th or the 31st?
Oh, sorry, there's 31 days. Yes, correct.
Can I ask a question? Mm-hmm. So I thought that when he retired, that's when we would kind of have a celebration, give him a plaque, he have a retirement party. Am I missing something? Is that not, do we do that? Or did we do that already? Or can we do that still? I would assume that you'd wait till they're retiring to do that, but maybe I'm just.
I can find out details. I can get back to you.
Well, anyway, I just assume we do retirement parties when people retire, and it wasn't until the end of March. So I'd be happy to, join forces to, give him the thanks he deserves for the job well done. I just always presumed it would be at or about the time he retired, which is the end of March. So I don't know if you want to look into that. I think that would be an appropriate thing to do.
Okay. Any other questions about the fire chief search?
How long has sorry. Did Jacob had another question?
Oh, go ahead. Oh, just, is there any, so I noticed it was only limited to 3 states, which seemed small to me. I thought we talked about doing like a nationwide search. Is there additional cost to search bigger? Doesn't seem to have any downside.
It was the Paro Consulting. It was his decision, not decision, but recommendation to start with those states, see what we got, and then if we don't get any worthy candidates, to extend the search.
Yeah, I mean, I would just think the difficulty with that would be it could possibly cause some delay. I obviously want to support our department by getting him a new chief as quickly as we can. It would seem sensible to me to just go straight to a nationwide search, unless it's going to be extremely more expensive. But I mean, more candidates is better, I always think.
How about even just New England?
Yeah, I can tell him
What's
to.
wrong with people from the West, Madam Chair?
Well, we have winters here that
Yeah.
So
people from the South and West might not.
how, and kind of,
Pacific Northwest, they have winters. The Midwest has winters. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm in the minority here. I'm just thinking a bigger search. That's all.
We should get a cost on that to do a
I
nationwide.
will.
Okay.
I'll talk to him
All right.
tomorrow.
so how long has the position been out there for those across those 3 states?
I believe it
Been a month?
was like 3 weeks ago.
So almost a month.
Yes.
And can you disclose how many
I think he had
applications we've got?
4.
4?
I think he had 4.
Like 4 from 3 states?
Yes.
Is there a reason why? Did he?
I don't-
That seems rather super low.
He did say he did another assessment and was nervous in the beginning, and I think it was a town closer to Boston, and it was like the last week he received a lot more applications, so he was hoping they had a chiefs meeting, so that could have been it. Maybe people were busy at the chiefs meeting, so he.
How many does it usually get for a town our size?
I would say around like 15, typically.
So I did notice in the letter that it mentioned that like there was a big conference of some kind. I thought it said in D.C. or something like.
So that's what he was hoping that.
Yeah. And so like the efforts to sort of promote it at the state level were difficult because a lot of people were out. But then you're saying, so he'll relist it next Monday. And I'm just thinking to myself, and then the deadline's like a day after. Like, you can't just solicit applications and hope the applications come in the next day. That's not how people make life-changing decisions to apply for a job. I mean, not in my experience.
Well, he has it out on all of his social media platforms. He has it out, of course, wherever it should be in Chieflands. So it's out there. He just will expand the search and.
Okay, I think that's a good idea myself.
Okay.
I agree. Who knows? Someone might want to come back home.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we've agreed to expand the search nationwide or New England? Or you're going to get a price?
I'll get a price, but what would you prefer? Nationwide
I mean,
or?
we need more than 4 applicants.
I don't mind nationwide.
Right.
So we gotta.
Okay.
We gotta
You
see.
can exclude places without winters if you feel like it, but I understand your point. I'm just saying, Chicago has winters.
Like the idea of this was like I thought they would get a lot of applications and then they weed through it, and then we go from there. Like again, 4 is very disconcerting.
Well, how many did we get for town administrator? Do you remember, Jason? Or anybody?
Qualified
I
candidates?
know there's 2 finalists. Then
We pared it down to 3.
I don't remember the final number.
It doesn't seem to me that 3 weeks is a very long time for someone to make a decision to move their family or themselves, take a different role with a bunch of people that they may or may not know. It takes time to make that decision to throw in your application. I don't think 3 weeks is a very long time.
So are you saying extend the time?
I would. The deadline's like 4 days from now. That's not going to work.
What would you extend it to?
At least 2.5 more weeks.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the deadline is that was his retirement date, but I think he anticipated some more time for the search because then he was, he had 2 weeks set aside for the assessment center and, yeah. So
Sorry, I think I must have misunderstood. I thought I said the application deadline was the 27th or something like that.
Oh, maybe you're right. Okay, let me check on that.
Okay. Yeah, that would strike me as not wise given where we are.
All right, so
Okay.
you'll check
Yeah,
on
I'll
that?
We'll
reach
check
out
on
to him
extending
tomorrow.
the deadline.
And
Yeah,
and
he would anyway. I mean, with 4 applicants, yeah.
and prices on how many
Yep.
states we can have.
Mhm.
Okay. All right, any more questions or comments?
Might be free.
Might be free? If it's free, do it.
I've never heard anyone to increase the price for, yeah. I mean, it's sure you should use social media and networks, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's free, why not?
I mean, I would.
Yeah, okay.
Like, if I wanted to apply right now, how would I find the application? I'm not qualified. I know that shocks all of you, but
There, it is on our town page. There's a link, and it goes directly to Paro Consulting. So we are not receiving any applications. Our hands are completely cleaned of this process. And, yeah, also on Mass Municipal Association site.
yeah. So I just Googled it. Oh, I'm sorry. You probably all see it because I probably am sharing my screen. Sorry. Just trying to be transparent. I just noticed that there was an article just posted today with the Fire Chiefs Association of Massachusetts about town of Northborough seeking a fire chief applicant. So I feel like just my reaction is if that article just got posted today, like there's no way you can close it in 4 days.
What article, sorry?
On the Fire Chiefs Association page, is that what you said?
Yeah. Fire Chiefs Association of Massachusetts, which seems like
So he may have reposted it to refresh it, because I know everything was posted a while ago.
Okay, maybe that.
Yeah.
It could be the case.
Okay.
And could you ask also if there's any reason or feedback as to why it seems like we've had, I know that's
Yeah,
just Massachusetts alone.
I
there's a lot
did
of
ask
deputies.
him, and he said at this point, he's like, it's not unheard of. I feel like he said Canton.
Canton's open. I'm on his. He does have a lot of followers. 104 followers on his Facebook page. Hope he has other ways to find people. But yeah, Canton has an opening. On his page.
All right. Yeah. So he said, but there were a lot more applicants. So we're hoping the same for us. And maybe it was that Chiefs meeting.
Okay. Shall we move on?
So are we okay with appointing Deputy Espezi?
Yeah. Should we, let's take a quick vote. All those in,
Well, do we have to make a motion, or
yes,
we just,
would you like to do that?
I'll make a motion to appoint Deputy Chief Espezi as the acting chief of Northborough Fire Department
As of April 1st.
as of April 1st. Thank
Is
you.
there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Mike, seconded by Laura. John, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mike.
Can I ask the question? What would what other alternative would there be? Have any of the captains? said
No,
anything about
we
it?
wouldn't do that. That's not structurally part of their organization. He's the next in line.
And at
Sure,
this
so
point,
what you're saying is we don't have a choice, I think is what I'm hearing.
That's my recommendation, to appoint the deputy.
I mean, I would support if he gave a public apology. Otherwise, I do not.
That's not going to happen, so
We don't know that.
Then I'm sorry, it's as simple as that. If I haven't made myself clear over the last 3 months.
okay, so, but we have a motion on the table. It was made by
It was
Mike,
seconded by
Laura.
Laura. Yep.
John voted aye. How do you vote?
aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Jacob?
No, just for the reason I just mentioned.
Okay. We respect that, and I vote aye. Okay.
Great, thanks.
Okay, next is reports. John, you have a report.
No appropriations. Nope. I'm good.
Mike?
I do. So kind of dovetailing on that last agenda item, our fire chief, David Perenni, will retire with the final date of service of March 31st.
There we go.
Concluding nearly 5 decades of service in the fire profession. Chief Pereni began his career in 1978 and served communities across 3 states, including Massachusetts with Northborough, coming to Northborough in 2016. He took command of a department as somebody from the outside, both outside the organization and even outside of Massachusetts, coming from New Hampshire. So that's not an easy lift, especially when it can come to fire departments. But he embraced that challenge, dedicated himself to strengthening the department and supporting the community, which that community support was reciprocated when, after announcing his retirement, this board decided to open a complaint against the chief and his deputy, which we haven't withdrawn or apologized for. But the community came out, in support of the chief. During his 10 years with Northborough, he helped modernize the dispatching of fire personnel, played a key role in work that led to a successful town meeting to approve the construction of a new fire station, and secured that $3 million SAFER grant that we've been talking about to expand staffing and improve public safety. So I would say a fine finish to a career of public service, and I just want to wish Dave Parenti a happy, healthy, and well-deserved retirement. And that concludes my reports.
Laura. Congratulations, Chief, on your retirement. A couple things to note. We were all invited to a housing forum by the Northborough Affordable Housing Corp. I was concerned about going because a quorum of us were invited. I'm hoping in the future this can be publicly posted. It was an informative meeting just talking about the state of housing. We're aware that it's something that continues to come up. I had asked to record it. I was not allowed to do that. So I'm hoping that, in the future we can do that, because it sounds like they want to have these meetings more frequently. It was attended by AARP, CHAPA, and they referenced a lot of information from Mass Housing Partnership. I think it would have been really relevant for all of us to hear. I also attended an iftar, which is a Muslim holiday as part of Ramadan. They had invited us as well. It was a really beautiful evening. I appreciate the invitation from the Boroughs Islamic Society. It seems like there's a lot of stress amongst some folks in our community, so I just want them to know that we very much support them. And if there's other things that we can do as a board, I hope that they'll reach out. And I really struggle to find the appropriate words here, so I'm sorry for that. Community Affairs hosted a chili cook-off as part of Kindness Week at Trinity Church. That was really well received. They were thrilled to bring this act of kindness. They're trying to do more opportunities to bring the community together through different meals, and it was a fun night, so congratulations to all the winners. I appreciate all the work for the Financial Planning Committee and the Appropriations Committee. I was surprised that the Financial Planning Committee re-voted on several articles after. So that was a little bit tricky. I'm still trying to understand why they did that.
It's not uncommon because they gave the opportunity for people to come back with information that they were missing.
Mm-hmm.
So they just wanted to seal the deal, make sure that they gave everybody the platform to do that. And in some instances, it didn't change their vote.
No, I just thought it seemed kind of odd how it just they came in and they had anyway, I understand.
Yeah.
But I appreciate all the thought that went into the topics. And again, we've got to continue to figure out ways to save money. One topic that had come up in that meeting was a discussion around security updates. So, Appropriations had mentioned it, Financial Planning mentioned it. We can't talk about it outside of executive summary.
Right.
I know that it shouldn't be something just we're involved in, so if we can talk about, if there is going to be an executive session, sorry, my words are all screwed up.
Yeah.
But if that is going to happen, can we figure out how one of our members or two of our members can attend that, just to be aware of the proposal?
We can talk to the superintendent. I don't know how classified. I understand why it's confidential.
Totally.
But yeah, absolutely.
Just from an awareness perspective, because
Clarifying point, I don't believe the Financial Planning Committee had an executive session where they...
No. They requested it.
They requested it, but did not. Just
Right.
want to make sure, I heard it differently, I want to make sure,
They requested it, and they were going to host it. I just want to make sure if that's going to happen, that one of us get to attend it. And I don't think it can be a quorum. It would need to probably be...
Sure, one or two.
Yeah. I understand why it needs to be that way. And also with the communication updates that they're talking about to make sure everybody's safe. And I think, so as Community Affairs is working on Munchie Madness, residents are encouraged to eat out at local restaurants and send their receipts to be included in a raffle. Town cleanup is coming up on April 1st. And that concludes my reports.
April 1st, wow.
For town cleanup, did I say that?
Yeah, it's around the corner.
I wonder if I made the wrong date. I'm so sorry.
I don't know when that was.
I think that's too soon. I'm sorry about that.
Well, in
I
the
rushed
meantime,
through.
you check the date, and Stephanie, do you have anything to tell us?
No, we've been budget focused, yes.
I have a question. It's for Steph. Do you have anything to update, or I don't want to interrupt?
No, go ahead.
RFP for West Main.
Yes,
I understand that's due by.
the 30th.
I have concern. I've had a few residents asking me if we're going to RFP it, so I'm concerned on communication. I Googled for West Main, and I can't find anything to suggest that building's for sale. And I guess I'm concerned about how we're marketing it and getting people to know that it's available to make sure we maximize the interest in it prior to closing it.
So because it's under the procurement laws, it's under the central register, so that's where, if you're a contractor, you would go. It is on our website. It's on, let's see. Under town administration. Yep.
So you kind of have to search for it.
Yeah, but people that would be interested in this, in the know, all go to the same place, just like if you're looking for a government job, you go on MMA.org.
Yeah, because a simple Google search doesn't even come that it's for sale. And then I've had 2 people ask me when the RFP was coming up. One thing I was thinking about is even when you did the food review of the cellar and some of these other things, it would be really maybe impactful to do maybe something on social media for West Main, and I don't know. I just feel like I just feel like it's not being marketed. Maybe it is very specifically, and there's a special place that
I just have to be careful. Like, for instance, somebody asked for another site walk, and I said, I'm going to look into it, but we had one on the 3rd and on the 5th, so if I offer it to you, I have to offer it to everybody. And then I have to amend the RFP, post it, because there's such specific laws under procurement that everyone has to be given the same opportunity. And, right. So there is interest, so I will.
Were you able to get that individual the site tour that they requested?
Well, they knew about the 2 dates. Maybe they couldn't make the 2 dates, so I'm going to try to offer another date, but I have to amend it on the site and open it up to everybody. So,
Good to circumvent that problem. I understand what you're describing. Couldn't you just say site walk by appointment with the town administrator? That way, that covers anyone who wants to, and obviously, the appointment is going to be subject to your ability, and you're not going to be available every day. You may only be available 2 or 3 times, but.
Or you don't have to go. It could be.
yeah, I mean, well, regardless, I'd do anything to get rid of that building. But, yeah, I just have to be careful, I guess. Yeah, I mean.
Jacob's points of language that we can do that
Right.
can enable you to not have to worry about that, because I feel like this is an important phase to.
But somebody could say, well, I try to get in touch with her, and when you have stipulated dates and times, it's part of the actual RFP. They could say, oh, nope, she didn't treat me fairly, she never got back to me, or she couldn't go that date, and that's the only date I had. So you just have to be careful. Everything has to be in writing and has to be clear and proven that you're giving everybody the same treatment. But, I mean, regardless, I can offer another date.
Have we thought about reaching out to the Telegram and Gazette, or are we doing enough to really market it? I just have a concern that we're going to limit our pool of potential buyers or people that are interested.
Yeah.
I just feel like we haven't put together a robust enough plan.
Yeah, I mean, I could, but that's not typically where you get your interested parties. But yeah, I mean, it was actually in the Community Advocate, but you're saying the Worcester Telegram and Gazette.
Just creative ideas. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
just trying to, I think it's a unique property in Northborough. It's in a location that we're investing in. And just trying to make sure what we're getting is much out there as we can.
Traction, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
How many people have shown interest thus far? How many parties?
I'm not sure. I'm not positive.
How
It
many
doesn't
tours
go
have
to
you
me.
given?
2.
I kind of feel like we should extend that window past March 31st.
Well, we'll see what we get. We'll see what we get.
Don't forget, we don't have to accept any offers.
Well, no, I agree, but we may not understand what the potential offers are if
Yeah.
it's not very, if there's, so like,
True.
it's this, they're kind of tied together a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I worry about that one.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay, if you come up with any other ideas,
Yeah, I know we talked about some. I mean, the fact that I can't find it on a Google search was like, oh, this is odd, because I didn't know the answer.
and 2 people have approached you about it.
Yeah, that's why I'm surprised.
Are they interested parties?
One of them is an interested party.
Well, then, okay.
And I gave them your information and then the other one was.
Oh, that person, that if we're talking about the same person, I gave them the information before it even came out with the link, and then that same person is the one that requested the site.
Yeah, I was pretty sure that was
Yeah.
one of them. But again, I mean, the more people that can get in the building that can see it, that interest,
absolutely.
that have creative mindset, I just think it would be in our interest to be able to get as much demand as we can.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just how we maximize that.
Yeah, I agree.
May 2nd for town cleanup.
May 2nd?
April 1st is a Wednesday.
April Fools.
Yeah.
May 2nd. It's a good day.
So May
I'm going to pick
2nd.
up those nips on Bartlett.
Do
Got
it.
a big bag.
They are all over.
And I have a quick report. Also, congratulations to Chief Parenti, and I wish you a great retirement. But I would like to do a shout out to the Trails Committee, because I was walking through the trails the other day, and after all this weather with branches down, they are there and cleaning up those trails, and it was easy passage. So thank you very much. And that concludes reports. And now we move on to, oh, I'm sorry, Jacob.
Sorry. Real quick, sorry. I did have a chance. I asked because I know the Z roof is a big concern for a lot of folks. So I actually reached out, having watched the Financial Planning Committee meetings and the K-8 school committee meeting. I was like, let's get ahead of this. So I asked Superintendent Martineau and Keith, the assistant superintendent, if they would be so kind to walk me through, which they did. After we set that, I think member Ray was able to come too. We certainly weren't trying to make a quorum or anything like that. And Mr. Shaka was also able to go. So it was really, really, really insightful. And I appreciated them making the time to help me learn a little bit more about that need. We'll talk about it more when we talk about it, but I wanted to know that I want to let you guys know that we did that and why, and that I think it was very, very helpful and insightful. The other thing I think I saw come through that we just had several of our firefighters promoted, and I think we got a memo from Deputy Chief, now Chief Aspezi, and I wanted to just echo his congratulations of the promotion of firefighter Anderson, Aremo, King, Day, Fazio, Leask, and O'Connell, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced any of their names, and also firefighter Lee, who's going to be coming on soon. So good job to them, and I know they do a lot of hard work, and we certainly appreciate everything that they do. And as well, I echo the sentiments, Mike, that you mentioned earlier, for the chief and his retirement. And if there's a retirement party, hopefully let me know. Last thing, I mentioned it before, Fire Station Building Committee meeting is this Wednesday. I physically will be unable to be on a call. I will be in the courtroom at the time of that meeting. It is 6 p.m. on Wednesday. I would request Stephanie to appoint a temporary stand-in for me. It's going to be an important meeting.
Yeah, you're going to go, right, Julian?
I'm going.
Yeah.
But will I
Great.
be in Jacob's place or as a...
I don't know. I mean,
Let me know.
No, I've never done that. I just don't know if I have to figure out if that's,
Okay.
if I can do that.
You're
Think
very
about it, let
powerful,
me know.
Stephanie. You just have to wave your powerful town administrator
My wand?
and I did it.
I need a wand. I just found out 19 people pulled an interest in the RFP for West Main.
19 people and
Yeah.
2 have toured it.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
I don't know about the second day. I have to get the final number.
Okay. Can I move on?
Yes.
All right. Are there any requests for future agenda items?
Public comment?
Oh, you're right, yes. Thank you. Did you have a public comment? Oh, my goodness, yes. Do you have a public comment?
I do.
Please come.
Yeah, real quick, just a couple of comments. First of all, I hope that Chief Parenti hears what Mike Tejan said about him. It was very nice, well-deserved on his part. And having previously served on this board, I worked with the chief for about 6 years, and I have to say he is a wonderful man, extremely confident and competent, very kind and caring, and really did a wonderful job for our department. And I think we were very lucky to have had him as chief, and I wish him the best in his retirement. My second comment is if this board has an interest in transparency, I highly suggest that you not remove articles from the warrant. And the reason I say that is I think that townspeople need to see that there are different boards who do different things, come together at town meeting. They don't always agree with each other. I think it's important for people to see that process, to see that maybe financial planning voted against something, but you're giving the townspeople a say. And I think once articles start getting removed, people start to wonder whether you don't have the faith in them to make a good decision based on the information that's being provided to them during town meeting. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, future agenda items. Anyone have a request? I would just like to make sure that we keep Economic Development Committee alive. So when it's appropriate to bring that discussion.
After town meeting, yeah.
And any other business to come before the board? Anybody? Speak now. I have something. I bring this up every year. We need signs out for town meeting. Town meeting is in a month. We should have signs. Last year,
I want to violate
I
a
think,
bylaw, though.
Right, 30 days.
30 days.
Right.
Okay, so, and we have to make the signs. And last year, I think Andy Dowd had nice signs made for the municipal buildings at least.
Yes.
And if he wants to make, if Damien wants to make an extra, I'll put one in front of my house. I'm sure we'd all be
I'm happy to
happy.
take one.
Okay, yep.
And is there any other way to advertise town meeting?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of ways.
We got some controversy about doing the Code Red.
Yeah, so what is the advice from you people? No or yes?
Well, what were comments to staff?
Yeah, a lot of people don't. They like to use it specifically for emergencies, but.
And we were going to discuss that, to have something that people could sign up for important announcements, not necessarily emergencies.
Well, we do have that, right?
No, I think if you.
Or at least an email list,
Oh,
right?
yeah,
We have
we
a
have
text
and
list.
then they can fill out, they can choose what newsletters they want, or, yeah.
But we don't have a reverse 911 for special announcements.
Right.
We only have the code red. So we should probably fix that and have that as an option.
Yeah.
And do we do text message notification with that? Like, I could see code red getting a phone call is like, oh, why am I getting a call?
Right.
But a text is fairly benign.
Yeah, let me
Can you
check
do-
on the text.
I know sometimes they
option.
cost more, but
Text
I think when we
option.
signed up for phone number or text, did we? No, we haven't had any more.
I'm not positive
Thankfully.
for code red.
good agenda topic for a future meeting.
ATM notification.
I'm not going
Yeah,
back to number 8.
That's not, that's
Going in the wrong
bothersome.
direction.
Okay, and anything else we can think of to, I think the school helped us out because they do a lot of phone calls and emails, right?
Yep, they've got e-backpacks.
Yep.
So if you
And they
could,
have a big email
yeah, list.
system, yeah.
So if you could you talk to the superintendent?
Yep, and school.
All right.
There's no way to put a banner across Route 20, right? That went across, that's an annual town meeting on the date.
No, because it's a state.
State highway. Yeah.
Oh.
There was a reason.
We have to put on South Street.
The highway garage sign, they use that.
The electric.
The
So
electric.
the police
yeah.
department has a drone.
What are you going to do with
Hang a
that?
sign from the drone. I don't know.
You got to get home.
Yeah.
A balloon. Let's get a balloon. Okay. All right, then. So one other kind of announcement. Next meeting, we will be doing the town administrator evaluation.
Thank you. Yeah.
And Stephanie is going to send you
Tomorrow.
the evaluation form.
The goals, now mind you, not these recent goals, so my evaluation is based on last, like April to this April. So I'm gonna send you those goals, I'm gonna send you the evaluation form, and I'm gonna send you my end-of-year report.
Okay. So it
And
will-
I didn't want to send it too early because you guys had a ton of budget stuff and you had enough focus there, so I'll do it tomorrow, so you have everything.
And I have to compile all of these, so if you could get it into my basket by next Monday, Tuesday the latest, okay?
I'm gonna
Thank you
forget.
very
I gotta
much.
make a note.
Yes, put it in your calendar. All right, then. Let's see. Any other business? Speak now, or? Okay, then. John, would you like to move to adjourn at 11:30?
Madam Chair, I move to adjourn.
Second.
Any other discussion? Jacob, how do you vote?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
I vote aye. Thank you all very much.